Good morning.
Morning.
Um, Nice to see everybody. I'm sorry I was delayed a little bit, but I had to go and get the gavel with this group. I feel I need a gavel at all times.
So he can hit me.
So we'll start out our busy day with the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Cornell, would you like to lead us?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. So this morning, we have a number of bills to vote on the docket, and we'll get right to that. And there's two off the top that I'd like to talk about. I think we're waiting for one more member to arrive.
she's presenting in, 7. And
Yeah. Okay, right. So,
Yes. We can do the ones.
yes,
Mr. Chairman, I just want to, I received some comments based on our hearing on Monday that I just wanted to convey to the public. Some people reached out to me expressing concern about members not being present at all times during hearings. And I just want to reiterate that sometimes because of schedules, people can't be at hearings. I know I myself missed hearings a week ago. And we do our best to be here for everything, but given our salary of $100 a year, before expenses
Right.
and other things. Sometimes not being present in person is unavoidable, but we fortunately have the ability also to watch on YouTube and watch the replays or to listen in as hearings are being held. And so I just want to reiterate for the public that although we may not be physically in a room, that doesn't mean we don't care about issues. Obviously, it's our goal to be here at all times if we're able.
yes, thank you for mentioning that, yes.
And just remember that some people have been sick and have sick kids.
I am painfully aware.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a person who was not able to attend physically the hearing on Monday, secondary to viral pneumonia, I would like everyone in this room to know that I watched every single minute of that hearing on YouTube. And I really did find the comments that went out on Twitter egregious and close to hateful, because no one misses a hearing because they don't want to hear what any constituent in the state has to say. If they miss a hearing, there's a very good reason. So I thank you, Representative, for bringing this up and bringing this to light, because this is not the type of rhetoric we need right now. So again, I thank you for that.
Thank you. So the first bill that we'll bring up this morning is House Bill 415, which is removing requirements that schools provide menstrual products. And call on Representative Litchfield for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion of ITL, please, on House Bill 415.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a first and second. Representative Litchfield, would you like to comment on your motion?
I would, thank you. Although we are not in the business of supporting unfunded mandates, this has been on the books since 2019. I think probably maybe it should not have been passed in the first place, but as one of the members astutely put it, we have hundreds of unfunded mandates on the books, so maybe we need to take a look at all of the other unfunded mandates at this point in time. But as it looks now, it looks as though things are going well. Districts, some of them even put in 6 figures to put this in place at the time, but it's in place now, it's working well, and we have not heard any complaints out of any of the districts. So at this point in time, I think we should just leave it as is.
Thank you. Who made the motion? Second? You seconded Representative Freeman, right?
Thank you, Mr.
Would
Chair.
you like to comment?
I couldn't have said it any better than what Representative Litchfield had stated. It's been an unfunded mandate for several years. If the districts are cranking along with it and they don't have a problem with an unfunded mandate at this point, I think we have bigger fish to fry.
Thank you. Any further comments? Representative Selig.
Thank you. I would agree that we should ITL this bill, but for different reasons. I don't view this as an unfunded mandate. I view menstrual products as essential as toilet paper, as essential as paper towels. As someone who has had the misfortune of experiencing menstrual symptoms unexpectedly, I think that we need to make sure that we're providing sanitary waste products for anyone who needs them.
Thank you. Any further comments? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Cordell. I would like to just speak a moment on this that I did in 2019. This particular bill, and I appreciate Representative Litchfield's point, impacts the most needy women in our state. And to go back and take that opportunity away, knowing the additional costs, just costs the youngsters not being in school. It's not even a comparison, so I appreciate the fact that it was ITL. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Representative Litchfield.
If I may, just for a moment, go down a 30-second rabbit hole. That being said, these products are not covered by WIC or EBT. So when you're donating at your local food pantry, please consider the feminine hygiene products.
Seeing no further comments, Madam Chair, here,
Thank you. Out of order?
Point of order.
yeah. When the clerk is ready.
Motion is ITL. Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nadeau,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Belboni is,
Hearing.
okay, I can't see from here. Okay. Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
And sorry I was remiss, but we welcome Representative Rung to our group this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Consent.
Consent, is everybody okay with that? Great. Thank you very much.
Let me just sign it.
And Representative Litchfield, if you could possibly get us a report on that as soon as possible so we can get it in for the calendar for next week.
Tell the truth, Chair, by 1 p.m.
Yes. Thank you. Next, we'll bring up House Bill 388, which is issuing public reports on special education. And I'll turn the gavel over to Vice Chairman Noble. Do you want to use the gavel?
Do I want to use it? Yeah. I'm gonna open the executive session on HB 388, and I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would move ITL on House Bill 388.
I'll second.
Representative Cornell, I'm sorry, Representative Cordelli, do you have discussion?
Yes, thank you. I agree with the intent in terms of transparency and making information available. I think that this bill has some issues with regard to small districts, student privacy. I think some of the information requested possibly goes a little bit too far. We do have another bill, HB 557, related to information that's being made available that we can always amend if people want to add some special information, special education information. We could do it on that bill. So that's why I move inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Cornell?
I agree with what Representative Cordelli said, the possibility of students' records becoming or being identified is a concern, especially in small districts. And that alone would keep me from voting for it, so thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
You got it right.
Hmm?
You got it right.
I got a what? Oh, right.
No, you start.
All right. The motion is ITL. Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
And Chairman Cardelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Is that 17-0?
Yes.
17-0, correct.
Consent?
Consent, everybody? Yeah. And I'll try and get my report in also, Representative Litchfield. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
She's looking it up.
okay. We're just checking a couple of things here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move forward with that. Next, we'll take up House Bill 730, providing information on adoption. And Vice Chairman Noble, the gavel is all yours. For the
We'll
moment.
open the executive session on HB 730, requiring school districts to educate and provide information to students regarding adoption during health education for grades 9 through 12 and in college in certain circumstances. And I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Yes, I would like to move ITL on House Bill 730.
Do we have a second? Representative Freeman? Any discussion, Representative Cordelli?
Yes. Adoption is a very important topic to me, as I was adopted from an orphanage at a few months old in New York City. And 2 years later, my parents took me back down to that orphanage. They said, sorry, no returns. Just kidding. They took me back down to that orphanage, and I actually picked out my sister from that orphanage. So this is an important topic to me, but I think that this bill is not the right vehicle to address the topic. I think it's not necessary to get the colleges and universities involved, nor the Attorney General on this topic. So that's my reason for making the motion of ITLing. We have other bills related somewhat to this, and I'm looking at maybe amendments to one of those bills to merge 2 or 3 bills. So we'll talk about that later, but for now I move ITL on House Bill 730.
Any discussion from the second? Which I can't even remember who was. Okay.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I can't follow that. Can't follow that. Thank you, Representative Cordelli.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Anybody else have any discussion? Sorry about that. Okay, now Madam Clerk.
Motion is ITL. Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yeah.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays. Consent.
Consent, okay with everybody? Great. Thank you. While we're waiting for Representative Balboni to finish her testimony in another committee, let's start discussion on House Bill 671. We'll wait for a motion until the representative returns. But would anyone like to open the discussion on House Bill 671? Representative Freeman, would you like to just discuss the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I naturally, I'm leaning towards this bill because at this juncture, we really need to have more tools in our toolbox to set our youngest learners up for success. And seeing as this would address, or at least begin to open the conversation in districts on how we can begin the process, I think this is probably one of the least partisan bills we'll see out of this committee. So I'm leaning very heavily towards ought to pass. And would like to think that, again, this will demonstrate our willingness to pull out all the stops and to make sure that our youngest learners do have a solid foundation, pretty much like play-based kindergarten when we passed it 6 years ago. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Murray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, when you were saying districts, is it districts only that have public preschools, or are you offering that for all? Is that how you're interpreting the bill, I guess, is what I wanted to make sure that we were understanding, because it looks like it's, the way the bill is written, it would be private preschools as well as public. I think it says public preschool providers. Is that?
I believe so. Even home education as well.
Okay.
Representative Cornell.
I had questions, so I did get the phone number and called Rob Riley
Oh, okay.
yesterday and
Thank you.
asked him a few questions. I was concerned about data release and people finding out. I found that when families sign up for it, they sign up knowing that explain that their information is not going to be shared, only with the school district that they will be entering if they want to. They can opt out of that. It's not something that has to be in a classroom somewhere or a preschool. Individual families can sign up for it. I guess they advertise a lot of places with a QR code, and families can do the QR code or some other way and sign up for this. They do get a computer, which is nice. I asked about the 15 minutes actually making a difference 5 days a week, and he gave me statistics on different places that had used it where they tested before and after and did show gains. So it made me much more comfortable with this. I'm not sure if Waterford would get the how that's going to work, but if it is them, I'm all for it.
Thank you. I view this really as a partnership. And I think, reaching people in their homes also, I think, is a nice aspect to this program. Could I first, before we have any more questions from the committee, see Melissa White from the department here. And I was wondering if you could come up. I just had a question. We had testimony about a grant funds that were used for this program at one point. And I was wondering if you could enlighten us more about
Sure.
that.
I'm Melissa White, Division Director for Learner Support at the Department of Education. So fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23, we entered into a contract with Waterford using our American Rescue Plan ESSER 3 funds. So it was the COVID relief funds that were utilized for this contract to provide the early literacy services to families. It was $400,000 for fiscal year 22, which only included part of fiscal year 22, and then $600,000 for entire fiscal year 23. State fiscal year.
Right. Do you know how many families or children were able to participate in the program during that period?
I do not have that information. Waterford did provide reports to us. I'd have to go back and take a peek. I was trying to
Thank
dig
you.
that up right when I was sitting there to have that information. But I can get that to the committee.
With the information you got, do you feel that the program was successful in terms of helping with early childhood literacy?
I think that would be difficult to answer because there was no way for us to measure that. We couldn't do sort of, to measure something like that, you have to do some sort of a pre-assessment and then a post-assessment. And for this particular population, there's no way for us to have that data, unfortunately.
Thank you. Representative Selly?
Thank you. Just when the person representing the company that worked with this, they referenced something to do with reaching out to the AG's office related to their grant. And I wondered if you had any insight as to why the Attorney General's office would have been involved in an education grant. Because I didn't process it until it was too late to ask the question then.
That I'm not entirely sure of because the contract was completed at the end of fiscal year 23. So that was 2 years ago. So I'm not exactly sure what they reached out to the AG's office about. But I mean, the AG does review and approve, and then our contracts go through, governor and council. So I'm not sure if it had something to do with that component but I can look into that a little bit more to get some
Representative Murray?
information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My other question was around the data that you said you did receive. Was that data that was automatically sent to you, or again, did parents have to opt in or opt out to give that data to you?
Thank you for the question. No, it was actually part of the invoicing process. So Waterford would collect information on the families that they serve, but it really was just kind of a listing of numbers, really, of these are the people that are served, but it was all PII. So we didn't actually get information on the exact, like a name and address or anything like that for the families that participated.
Coming back, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, when it says a statewide nonprofit digital program, and we're talking about Waterford specifically, is there a chance it could be not Waterford? Are there other programs that we know that are nonprofit statewide, you know what I mean? Or is this really, it doesn't state Waterford, but it probably is?
That's a great question. I think, it would be at the discretion of this body. I think that if we could do an RFP and put out a request for proposals to see if there are other organizations. At the time, during COVID, we were looking specifically on increasing those literacy outcomes and engaging those families during COVID that were at home so they could better support their families and those 3 to 5 year olds and pre-literate students. And so it was a sole source contract that was done at that time. But we could do an RFP. However, with a dollar allocation, if it were to pass, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I couldn't do an RFP. I couldn't enter into a contract because there would be no funds to do that.
Follow up?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure here. So if
Sure.
this were to pass as is, it probably would be Waterford, so that you wouldn't have to do an RFP and whatnot.
I think because of the procurement process that the state requires, I think we would have to probably do an RFP. Particularly with the new governor and executive council, they want to ensure that the procurement process that the state has outlined and is in law is being followed. I think at the time with the emergency funds, it was kind of fell into that emergency category, but seeing as we're out of that, it would probably be best to be following that procurement process and follow the competitive bidding process.
I do one more follow-up.
Sure.
So are there other companies that we know of, or is it pretty much either?
Not that I know of, but I mean, I'm not, the most knowledgeable, I guess, on those early literacy programs. So, I mean, we could do that request for proposals and see if there are others.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's my understanding that there would be, the normal procurement process. Yeah. Did I see another hand? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. I just want to be clear, the, basically $1 million that DOE provided during those 2 fiscal years for this program during the COVID piece. When they presented the other day, they also said that they had $1.5 million grant from the federal government that went through UNH. How did that play in?
That one I'm not aware of, but the grant, the contract that I oversaw, or I should say the Department of Education oversaw, was the 1 million
Okay, may I
that
follow up
came through the
on that?
Division of
Yes,
Research
Thank
Support.
you. Just going back then to, because there isn't, as you're aware, there isn't a financial note really attached. It just says it's something coming. I'm looking at line 8 on the bill, which talks about subject to the extent the funds appropriated shall be provided for preschools. My concern is, knowing the physical climate we're in right now, that this would seem like a really good bill, perhaps, or a feel-good bill, and clearly a readiness bill. And people would think that it's going to happen, but it doesn't appear to me that being the case, and only $1 in the till.
Correct.
Would that be your same take on that?
Yes, I would not be, if it passed, I would not be able to execute it with a dollar appropriation. We wouldn't be able to do anything
And the
with it.
last one?
Just on that point, it's my understanding that this would go to finance and they would see where things stood with the budget. And because there is an appropriation, if even $1 in here, they can amend it to increase that appropriation. And there's also, we talked about this being a public nonprofit partnership. So there are nonprofit opportunities out there also to contribute to this.
May I follow up on your point?
You may follow up.
Thank you, Chairman. Going back to your point, Chairman, and once again, looking at the I don't have a problem with the program. I'm not a happy guy with a computer, perhaps youngsters sitting around reading and the parents helping them. But what does concern me is that the limitation we put that whoever the provider is, they have to be specifically a nonprofit, a registered nonprofit, based on 24. And I understand the particular vendor from before was and can be in the future, but I find it really restrictive because I'm sure there are many, I'm guessing many, I'm sure there are for-profit companies out there that can provide similar services or comparable services that won't be even eligible to apply based on that nonprofit definition requirement. Is that how you read that, Bill?
I don't know how many would apply, but if we did an RFP, we would include the requirements in there. So if the nonprofit requirement was in statute, we would include that in the RFP.
So they
for
have to
sure.
be nonprofit. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Representative Murray? And then Representative Terry after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I believe we did get a late arriving fiscal note, if that was correct. I do remember that. And it did set up the appropriation funded at $1, but I think it was $600,000 was an estimated cost for fiscal years 26, 27, and 28, potentially. It wasn't clear to me if that was spread out across all 3 fiscal years or if that is per fiscal year, but it seems like it's maybe spread out.
Thank you for the question. So that was based on what we paid for fiscal year 23. Fiscal year 22 was just a partial year. So I based it on fiscal year 23 because that was an entire year that we had the contract. So it would be $600,000 per year based on that previous contract. But again, I mean, we could do the RFP and then see what the proposals we received in came in at.
Okay, follow up if I may. And then in addition, under the methodology, it does mention WIC, but I was curious if this would also be available to programs like Head Starts and that type of thing for application or to share with their family base.
Correct. That's my understanding as
Okay.
well.
Thank you very much. Representative Terry.
Yeah, as it turns out, thank you, Representative Woodcock, for your last question and concern, because I want to echo agreement with that. I believe we want to make sure that the best providers of these services will be made available. I don't know, I believe you don't know, we don't know the breakdown between nonprofits and for-profit providers. Nevertheless, I came away from the hearing on the bill with a distinct impression that there were more than one nonprofit providers, and so I'm hopeful that as we move forward, we will find that there will be providers from other states that are operating in other states that would express an interest, so that ultimately, as I said, we can end up with the best provider, not only in terms of dollars, but with respect to evidence-based results in other states. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. White, for being here today. And I see Teresa Rosenberger in the audience. There were a couple of other questions, and maybe you could help us with if you wish. Sure. Yeah. I think one question off the bat that I recall was if there are other companies out there who might fit the criteria to bid on an RFP for this.
Yes, there are other companies, as I understand it, nonprofit and for-profit around the country that could qualify.
Thank you. Additional?
May I answer Representative Selleck's question?
You may.
I did mention the AG. That was totally different because we had children signed up and the contract was over June 30th. We were looking for what I call out-of-the-box clever ways to serve these children. We looked at the opioid abatement funds that the state got because of the lawsuit a while back, and we realized that there were a number of towns that had not used the funds. And when we looked at the guidelines, I think there were 17 guidelines, it looked to us like one was prevention of drug abuse and alcohol abuse, et cetera. And we were interpreting and thought we had reason to interpret that having kids know how to read and be ready to read and learn to read by third grade might actually prevent some of the drug abuse and alcohol abuse in teenagers, et cetera. So we went to the city of Londonderry and met with the city manager and the finance gentleman who thought, great idea, because they had opioid abatement funds. They also only did half-day kindergarten, and they thought we could provide the 15 minutes a day for the kids who are in half-day kindergarten to keep them on track and be with other kids who are whole-day kindergarten across the state. They then had to go to the Attorney General's office to get approval to use their opioid abatement funds for that purpose. That was what was turned down. And so therefore they couldn't do it because they were totally on board as we were. So nothing to do with the other contract. And the contract that Melissa, Ms. White is speaking about and I was speaking about were the same. Because the URSA 3 funds were the funds we got through UNH, and I think she's right. It was a million. I may have said 1,500,000, but I think she's right that it was 1,000,000. And we had gotten funds through the United Way and Nashville before for the pilot program, which were not part of the URSA funds. So I hope that clarifies that. And happy to answer any other questions if there are.
Representative Murray?
Yes, thank you for taking my
Thank
question.
you.
One of the other questions I had was with regard to, I understood Representative Cornell brought to light about the technology itself would stay with the family after they were finished. It doesn't necessarily get returned back anywhere. But what happens to the, like, let's say if internet is connected, do they lose internet connectivity if
No.
it is paid for through the company, or how does that work?
No, the company is, but I haven't asked that question recently to the company, but as I understand it, the technology stays in the internet. Now, once the child has, well, let me go back and clarify that for you, because I'm not sure the family gets the internet connection forever. I mean, Waterford certainly has paid for the connection while the child is using the program, and the equipment stays with the child. But I'm not sure they pay for the internet forever. And the reason it was a private-public partnership is, as I understand it, the department can't pay for the equipment. Well, they couldn't use the federal funds for the equipment. So Waterford, being a nonprofit, came in with funding and paid for the equipment and the internet connection. But if you like, I'll clarify that for you. I'll send Rob a text when I go back to my chair.
Representative Terry?
Ms. Rosenberg, if I've heard you correctly, you've indicated in your remarks that there are both nonprofits and profit entities. Mr. Chairman, if that is the case, then I don't believe that we know why the sponsor chose to indicate that on line 21, E on page 1 of the bill, that kindergarten literacy readiness program is defined as nonprofit and nonprofit only. So do we want to look at the possibility of asking the question, why only nonprofit to the sponsor, so that we might be made aware of why there's a compelling reason that this would be limited only to nonprofits, as we might want to possibly consider eliminating nonprofit to open the field to all providers, whether nonprofit or profit.
Yes, if you'd like to respond.
I think one of the reasons is in other states where they've had public-private funding, that there has been foundation money that has helped supplement. So, for example, here, if the state appropriates, let's say, $600,000 a year, that may not cover all the kids who sign up. It may not. But if if you've got more kids than you have money, then you don't want to turn kids away. And so you may well go to a foundation to say, could you ante up extra $150,000 to the state? And if so, a lot of times foundations prefer nonprofits to for-profits. And I think that was the reason to put it in there. I know when we were trying, because as you know, we had kids signed up for this current school year that we can't fund. And so, again, we tried the foundation route, but what this bill does is it says this is important to the state. And in many ways will allow foundations to go, we understand there's a revenue issue here, maybe we can help out in something important. So that, I think, is the reason it was nonprofit.
Okay, follow-on point.
Yes.
So are you aware of other nonprofit programs in other states such that if this bill were to be enacted, there would be more than one entity or provider potentially that would apply?
I will double check again, but when we were talking about this originally, there's no question there were other entities that could, nonprofits that could qualify. And Waterford would hope it was an RFP. Would hope you would put out a RFP. And Ms. White's right. When they got the contract originally, it was during COVID. And I think the state, everybody, the feds, everybody was trying to do everything they could to get kids prepared and keep them up to snuff. But we certainly would welcome it being a competitive bidding process. And that we certainly would expect there are others that would apply.
Thank you, thank you.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. When I was speaking to Rob Riley yesterday, I asked him about that. I said, you helped. He said, we did help write the bill and we hope it would be us. He said, but he did realize that it would be open to others too. So,
That's right.
they hoped, but.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure if I'm directing this you or the entire committee, just a little bit of a different standpoint on this. My understanding is that many children by third grade, right, they'll level out, whether it's half day, for example, or full day kindergarten. Kindergarten was originally developed really to be play-based and to socialize. Mm-hmm. And these days, I think we're pushing kids further and further to learn, right? Addition, possibly subtraction, kindergarten, and reading. I feel, or I'm wondering if pushing this at a kindergarten level, are we pushing children to learn at a much more rapid level that maybe they're not necessarily ready for? Or do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know. Wasn't kindergarten originally meant to be socializing, and now we're pushing these children further and further? I'm just concerned about undue pressure with a reading program such as this, or literacy, excuse me.
That's a tough one to answer. I have 4 grandchildren, and let me say it's very different than it was in my day when I was educating and supporting my kids. I think because it's 15 minutes, and when you actually look at the program, it's interactive. And so I think what this program is only trying to do is be a supplement to either preschool or at-home play or at-home learning, etc. Be a supplement that just gets the kids so they are ready to learn. It's not teaching them specifically to read, but it's teaching them the fundamentals. It's really called, I think it's really the science of reading. It's really getting them prepared so that when they go to kindergarten, they're I guess the only word to use is they're ready. I mean, I certainly know I had a granddaughter who was miserable because she went to kindergarten and couldn't read, and everybody else could, and it was really tough. And I wished in this case we'd had Waterford so she could have at least had the background. But it's meant to be 15 minutes, 5 days a week, and it's really meant to be a supplement so they are ready to read, they're excited, and the results have been positive for the kids. And I think if I remember correctly, Rob told you about, and you can repeat it because I'm getting it secondhand, about a child who did Waterford here and then went to Massachusetts. I hadn't heard that before. Yeah, and it sounded like the child was ahead. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As far as ready to learn. Yeah.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and this is more for the committee, but I just wanted to echo Representative Litchfield's concern about pressures. I think back to when I was teaching kindergarten, granted 23 years, 24, a lot of years ago, maybe 34 years ago. It was the late 1990s, sorry. Math clearly is not my forte, and was not why I was an English teacher later and not a math teacher. But, my kindergartners came in, we had a class of 18, 17 of them came in not reading. 17 of them went out reading, and the one child who didn't was our youngest kindergartner, barely was on the cusp in terms of age appropriateness to go into first grade the following year. And ultimately, his parent, because his school district then opened a full-day kindergarten, made the decision to have him repeat kindergarten. And he was reading within 2 months, but he wasn't ready. he just wasn't developmentally ready. And I support the concept of the bill. I support the idea of having additional reading readiness and learning readiness programs. I personally would rather dedicate our money to universal preschool for all children, because I think that play-based interaction and socialization is crucial. And through those, we develop the skills for school-based readiness. I'll support the bill because I also think literacy is crucial. But I wish that we could dedicate money instead to programs like in Maine, when I live on a border town. So my daughter was born in Maine, and they sent me home with a huge tote bag full of books from birth through kindergarten, age appropriate for me to be able to share with my child, with follow-up about how to use those books. And I wish we would consider, I wish we had the money and the resources to be able to provide all of those things for our families instead.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thank you. One more. Representative Dry.
I'm sorry. So can you just clear up? This is a voluntary program. It's not like everybody has to do it.
Yes, it's totally voluntary.
Thank you.
It's a choice. When I say choice, it's the parent chooses to do it, or the preschool chooses to do it. Yes, it is. It is a choice. It is voluntary. You're welcome.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to stress, I know it says it in here anyway, but literacy is not only reading. I watched some of the videos from Waterford. They were not stressful on kids, but it was showing them how to count, but it was like dancing and whatnot. And yes, it is technology, but I think it can't hurt, right? I mean, it was math literacy, reading, whatnot. So I have to say I'm in favor of this bill.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions on the bill, Representative Freeman, you had talked about a motion earlier. Would you like to actually make a motion at this point, since we have a full complement of our committee?
Well, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to ought to pass on House Bill 671.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Dry seconds. Representative Freeman, do you have any comments on your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other than the initial comments I made, which were a little while ago, I find this bill to be one of the most positive things we'll do in this committee is to begin to lay a positive foundation for our youngest learners. And what I've seen of this program, I believe that this is something that all 4 and 5 year olds will embrace readily. And given the 15 minutes that it entails, it won't be a long shot to keep their attention. So again, I think this is another tool in the toolbox for our youngest learners, and I wholeheartedly support this.
Thank you. Representative Dry, anything?
Yeah, I just want to say that I think we gave it a nice vetting this morning, and I think I like the way that we've answered all the questions that I had about this bill.
Thank you. Anything further from the committee? Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
The motion is ought to pass.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yep.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
One. Your vote was? Yay. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So the vote is.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Is consent okay with? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, just a $1, I think,
Okay.
is okay. The clerk can yell at me later if he wants.
Can we watch?
I'll make sure it's live streamed. Thank you very much. Next, we'll take up House Bill 571 related to Constitution Day and patriotic exercises in schools. Representative McDonald,
I move that this bill ought to pass.
thank you. And I will note, if I can find it, there is an amendment.
Mr. Chair, do you need a second on the ought to pass motion?
Beg pardon?
Do you need a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
I'd be happy to do so.
great, thank you. Yes, there is an amendment, 0090H. And I see I am a co-sponsor of that amendment. But I am not supportive of the amendment. I'll actually move ITL on the amendment.
If no one moves the amendment, if no one on our committee moves the amendment, then we don't need to take up the amendment, do we?
Right? If there is no one who would like to make a motion actually, or second a motion on this amendment, we can just proceed on with the original bill. If that is agreeable to everybody. There is no second. So we'll just move to the ought to pass. Correct. Discussion on the ought to pass motion.
Valerie.
Would you like to comment on your?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I decided to move this bill ought to pass because I think it's important we recognize Constitution Day. And this bill does not prescribe a curriculum and allows for local control in how this should be implemented and even the time that it would take to implement this. And we already do this for Memorial Day and for Veterans Day, but whereas Constitution Day falls in September, it really sets the tone for the rest of the year in terms of patriotism. And really as students, as they grow to become adolescents and to, as adults, even in their rights and responsibilities as citizens to ensure that foundation. So I will move OTP, and I would just like to add to the record that there was a mix-up with OLS, but I was meant to be a co-sponsor of this bill, but for whatever reason, my name was not listed. So, thank you.
I'll speak to this. Just
Representative Terry, yes.
I just want to echo Representative McDonald's remarks in support of OTP, and to highlight the fact that this is the foundational document for our country, and so that it's absolutely imperative not only that we devote time in our schools to the study of the document and the history, but I think it's very appropriate to make sure that we actually have a Constitution Day. I think this is a great bill. Thank you.
If I'll just comment, this bill actually is the first bill I submitted as a legislator back in 2012. It passed the House something in the order of 325 to 25, but was killed in the Senate for unknown reasons, which often happens in the Senate. And this bill, as presented, is amended based on what we did in the House back then to include recognition as well of the New Hampshire Constitution, so that we're talking about both, because this is talking about really Federal Constitution Day, which is September 17th of each year. So I would love to see this bill finally become law, even though, I guess I am a co-sponsor. Okay. I made it, but you didn't. I'm sorry, Representative McDonald. So is there any further discussion on this bill? Representative Selleck.
Thank you. I just want to point out, I forwarded to the committee this morning an email I received from a kindergarten teacher. She called me to ask about this and just wanted to point out that she didn't view the bill as necessary. She talked about how in her kindergarten classes, she begins the year by teaching kids how to say the Pledge of Allegiance. And because she's teaching them how to say it, she spends a lot of time explaining what it is and how it works. And she knows that process continues through the kindergarten classes across the district. as well as the first and second grade classes across the district, because the kids don't remember when they come back what those things mean. So they spend that time in the early elementary years going through this process. And at our upper school levels, we also incorporate civics education, which goes through the same information. And so it wasn't that there was opposition to the concept, it was just that it's already being done and that an additional mandate wasn't necessary. So
I'll just add that I believe it is law based on legislation that was passed several years ago about explaining the Pledge of Allegiance to classes as well. So I'm very happy to hear that something that we've passed is actually being done. It's always good to know. Any further discussion on the bill? Madam Clerk, this is ought to pass on House Bill 571.
Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent is okay? Great, thank you. 5 on consent, that's, yeah. I'll mention 699 is on the list for today. We have an amendment that was put in by Representative Katab that I believe we all have. However, I put in a subsequent amendment that included hers, but I added a few words to the definition of brain injury as requested by the New Hampshire Brain Injury Association. And also, we had discussion about related services being crossed out. So I added that related services as per the section of IDEA that is appropriate. That amendment is not, I keep checking, is not ready yet. So we will hold off on that until it's ready, which could be this afternoon at lunchtime. I'll check with OLS and see what happened to my amendment. But that covers both. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Chairman. So the initial amendment you spoke about is going to be rolled into the one you created?
Correct.
Okay, 'cause
Yeah, it covers both.
I don't know if anyone else, I don't have the initial amendment.
I apologize for
That's
that. if
okay.
you
I
didn't.
just,
Right.
one's going to roll in. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I just wanted to say that the amendment, we got the amendment the same day as the original bill. Yeah, just if that helps.
Was there another, Mr. Chair, was there another amendment to the amendment?
there were, yes, I put in an amendment to the
Right.
Katab amendment. Right,
Coming back.
right.
Excuse me, question?
Yes,
Chairman Cordelli, I'm just curious, in your crafting of the amendment, there were a lot of groups that were present that had some opinions about how to make a better bill and to really clarify it. I'm wondering if those, any of those stakeholders that were here at that meeting were consulted in your crafting of the amendment?
no. We've had a request for a 5-minute break, and then we'll tackle HB 208 with school nurses. So if we could ask everyone, we'll take a 5-minute break for a caucus. And the Democrats are free to use our office. Either office, I think, is available. Okay, I think we're back in session, and the next bill we wanted to take up was House Bill 208. And I'll turn the gavel over once again to our Vice Chairman.
We'll open the executive session on HB 208, and I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would move ought to pass, and would then like to offer an amendment as well.
Do we have a second on the ought to pass?
I'll second it,
Representative,
please.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Did I not?
Representative Terry?
Yes, thank you.
Representative Litchfield, did you have an amendment that you wanted to offer?
Yes, I do. The amendment is 338H. And just simply, this bill allows the superintendent and school board to nominate and appoint a school nurse who must be licensed and registered with the Board of Nursing. So at this point in time, we received testimony from the Department of Education that they're not in the business of doing licensing for nurses. So they would prefer not to have that responsibility. It's not necessarily appropriate.
Are you entering a motion on the,
That too.
is there a second? Representative Terry? Any other discussion on the amendment? Representative Selick?
I'm just trying to understand why in the amendment we would take out any requirement for the person to have any experience at the pediatric level.
Representative Litchfield, sorry.
So we have a nursing shortage at this point in time. So this is going to help us to fill that need. I don't know that they necessarily need to have, it was too narrow of a hole for people to fit into. I don't think they necessarily need pediatric to be in the schools.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, sorry. So I share a similar concern with regard to the replace all and eliminating some of the requirements to ensure that we have somebody who is well-versed in the complex nature of students who come into our doors, even as little ones. We're seeing more and more medically complex students. And I would want to ensure that whomever is in that role is well-versed in whether it's GI tubes or it's a fever. That we're ensuring that those types of things are being enumerated within, and I think the previous statute had some of that in there, like Representative Selick had mentioned.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to point out to my colleagues, line 2 that says, have 3 years acute or chronic care current experience with the
Talking about the amendment.
Oh, I am so sorry. Please, I apologize profusely. And I don't know where I apologize.
I do. I don't understand.
Representative Litchfield?
So walk me through this. So we have a school nurse who's going to be a registered professional nurse who is currently licensed. What would make her not qualified to take care of the school population? You're not going to have someone specialized in absolutely everything.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To that end, I think that Representative Freeman started to talk about the acute and chronic care training. There are other training modalities for individuals who are medically complex. Those children go to our schools and are in our school communities. And so I would want to make sure that that was there, stipulated somewhere. And this amendment as proposed is a replace all.
Representative Litchfield?
So just going back to, we always go back to local control, right? If these are very specific situations, so if that were to happen within any school district, within that population, wouldn't it be up to whether it be the building principal or the superintendent to ensure that that particular nurse is well versed in what is happening? I mean, wouldn't they naturally do that in order to take care of the population?
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I share the same concern yet again to the sponsor of the amendment's position that if the district is not in the, or the State Department of Education is not in the business of providing licensure for nursing, and so therefore removed that component, we would want to make sure that somewhere within the state statute, we are enumerating chronic and acute care as being a modality that our nurses have experience on.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I misspoke, a little background on me. I spent 35 years as an occupational therapist and had an opportunity to work with many, many nurses. And the very things that Representative Murray is concerned about are the very things that these nurses are so intimately trained on from day one of their nursing experience. Additionally, I would say that there would be a criteria based on what the superintendent and the district would need as far as nurses go. And it would be their decision if a nurse did meet the qualifications. You're always going to come up on instances where a child is admitted who has complex medical needs, and that will be the district's responsibility to fill that need instead of hamstringing them and having a school nurse. So I would support this amendment. Again, I did speak out of turn initially. I did not see the amendment. I'm just catching up to speed. But we need to loosen the shackles on these school districts. They need to have school nurses. And the districts know what they need, and they will act in the most prudent and best interest of the students. So I will support this amendment as well as this bill.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be clear, for those of us that have their book with them, which is not me, I borrowed mine. If I understand this, Representative, so the entire 229, which would be the first paragraph, just all colon 1, would be removed and replaced with the definition that's here. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if he heard you or not.
Yeah.
I think she said yes.
Yes.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. We've gone around and around and around with school nurses for multiple terms. And as I recall, the last bill like this, we had testimony that the department is really not, they don't consider themselves qualified to certify nurses, but also the fact that there is a cost involved, a retirement cost. A retirement cost to the district goes up for anyone who's certified. So there would be a lessening of cost to the district without that certification. And I don't see that the certification by the Department of Education really provides anything to the process that can't be vetted out in the school hiring process.
Representative Selig? Oh, okay. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to be clear because we're discussing the deletion of the entirety and replacing of 200:29, and on section 4 on it's page 822, it says all school nurses hired after August 25th, 2019, holding an associate's degree in nursing shall be enrolled in a registered nurse to Bachelor of Science in Nursing program shall complete a program within 6 years of the hire date. That also is being removed?
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is it also being removed in the original? The original,
No, I believe we looked at what was
Right.
being amended. There were only a few small sections. Representative Balboni, I don't know if
The original bill only,
Not
the proposed
Yes.
bill, actually only, is appropriate, applies to certain sections. As you can see on 229, there's a whole list of qualifications that school nurses should have. And I'm just looking here at the testimony from the chair of the New Hampshire School Nurses Association, and they were supportive of having legislation that makes it easier for nurses to get certification. In fact, it says the School Nurses Association strongly supports certification and supports legislation that makes certification accessible to nurses who are committed to practicing in schools. This bill takes all that away. So I'm wondering, did you ask, or has this been floated by the New Hampshire School Nurses Association?
the amendment, is that what you're asking about the amendment?
Yes, I'm sorry. Representative Litchfield's amendment. I'm wondering if you have reached out to the New Hampshire School Nurses Association to get feedback on this one.
I have not. I just sat through their testimony during the initial hearing.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. Again, I just keep coming back to not requiring or at least a preference for people with pediatric experience. I think about, especially at the elementary level, so many of our youngest children express things that are not actually medical needs, but as medical issues. They might be feeling anxiety, they might be feeling other areas, and it gets expressed as stomach aches or headaches or other kinds of seemingly physical ailments that are ultimately really what they need is a hug and reassurance. And I am concerned that someone who maybe only has experience as an anesthesiology nurse, which is a very specific and specified training, requires, I think it's 4 years of additional training beyond a BA in nursing, or someone who's only ever worked with patients in an elderly care facility, who then says, well, you know, I can retire from that and go work as a school nurse, but has no practical or relational experience with children. Yes, they might be able to handle broken bones and they may be able to handle bloodied knees, but without having had any training at all in pediatrics or experience, or this would make someone who's, graduated a week ago eligible. And I'm not sure if that's what we want for our children.
Representative Dry.
Thank you. I think this is when the local school district would examine that and make a decision as to whether this was an appropriate person to be a school nurse.
Representative Morse.
Just a quick comment. With the shortage of nurses that we have throughout the entire state, I would rather have this pass and have a certified licensed teacher or school nurse, in our schools than to not have one at all because they can't find someone who meets all of these definitions. It's just my take.
Representative Hall.
So I'm definitely against the amendment, but I'm curious if you folks, like Representative Litchfield, let's say, do you see the original bill? Do you see that as watering down the certification, making it, do you see the original bill making it easier to hire school nurses?
I don't know if I would say the word easier, but yes, I think we are enabling. I think we're enabling local control, and I'm so confused about. I understand what you're saying, but we're not going to hire a psych nurse, right, in the schools. No, because that's for the parents. So, in my opinion, the principal, the superintendent, the people at the local level, they are going to know what best suits their school. Every school community is different, and I trust that they're not going to pick someone that's going to be a poor match for their school.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say, I'm a little surprised listening to my colleagues talk about nurses like they just don't know what they're doing, or that they would even risk their license by taking something on that they didn't understand or had knowledge of. They are licensed as heavily as therapists, as doctors, and they're not going to risk their license on a case or a situation where they could be held liable. So I'm a little surprised to hear the lack of confidence in our nurses overall. And a school nurse
What,
is school. Excuse me.
well, hold on. What is the point of order?
The point of order is that you're ascribing motive to the membership over on this side as not caring about nurses. That is inappropriate.
I disagree. I'm not ascribing to any side. I'm merely making a comment about a comment that was made. I'm not attacking anyone or going after any side. I was
Okay.
just very surprised to hear the lack of confidence in our school nurses.
Maybe you just want to express it, that you have confidence in our school nurse.
I have a huge amount of confidence in our school nurses as well as the administration that hires those school nurses.
Thank you. Representative Rung?
Thank you. I know I'm just a sub today, but we voted on a bill to mandate patriotic education for Constitutional Day, and yet we don't want to mandate standards for school nurses. So I just want to point out that seems a little hypocritical for me. If anything, we should care about making sure that the people that are providing health care to our children meet qualifications. Thank you.
Representative Selly.
Thank you. I just want to go back. It's the school nurses that I have encountered both in my years as a teacher as well as in my years as a parent. We have outstanding school nurses who have training in working with children. And they are very different than the people who I've interacted with in medical settings when I have gone with my parents to medical appointments who've worked with them. And the types of questions, the way they phrase things, and how they interact are different. That's not to say they're not qualified. That's not to say I don't have confidence in their ability to handle certain medical situations. I can't get behind this amendment because I feel like it waters down the bill too much and takes out too many things. I don't think that people have to have both a nursing certification and a licensure necessarily from the state, but I do think they need to have a nursing license that specifies experience and training with a pediatric population, because I think about, some of the experiences my own children had with the nurses and the level of complexity that it involved and the ability to understand the developmental stage of children and how they express themselves. And that is unique and different from how we talk about with people in elder care. That's unique and different from how we talk with our gynecologists or our urologists. It's different. It's a different level of nursing. That's why people have different trainings and certifications as nurses. I don't think people are going to be giving up their certification to do something they're not qualified for, but I worry that especially the language of this amendment waters it down too far. And so I can't support the amendment because it feels to me like we're saying, well, okay, you're certified to teach high school history. You could certainly cover teaching kindergarten. Having taught both the high school and middle school level, there's a reason I had 2 different certifications.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go on the record and saying I do respect school nurses and have fought hard for them in my 40-year career. Thank you.
We ready to go to the vote? We're going to vote on amendment. Ought to pass on amendment. You go. I don't have the number. This is on the amendment.
Amendment 0338. Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
Absolutely not.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
move on to the OTPA motion, Madam
Right.
Clerk, or do we want to discuss?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think I need to.
Representative
do O-
Cordelli, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll move OTPA with amendment 0338H.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman seconds. Did you want to discuss anymore? Okay.
Nothing further?
Nothing further. We'll go right to the vote. Madam Clerk.
Motion is OTPA. Chairman Noel,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Astro, please. Minority report. Esther?
She's actually working on it. Okay, Representative.
Who is that? Okay, and the motion is ITL? Thank you.
Okay.
Are we not ready for the next bill? Give you a minute.
Yep.
I think there was one more bill we wanted to take up that was not on the list, but I believe our calendar for the day says we can take up additional bills. Yeah, right. Right, and there, I believe there's agreement to take up House Bill 283, which we heard the other day. It was a lengthy testimony. Hopefully, the debate won't be as lengthy today on the bill. And I'll look for a motion on House Bill 283. And hold on one second while the clerk gets paperwork together.
Okay. Number 283.
Right. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to bring this to the attention of the committee to ITL this relative to the list of subjects comprised of adequate education. Because of
Hold on one second. We need a second first. Second by Representative Woodcock. Yes, you'd like to speak to your motion?
yes, thank you. Although I don't care for the language in here as far as cutting back on education. Our kids need the education, and I see crossover into different subjects where it does all interact together at some point. As far as this bill, it does not help our students. But I just want to say for the silver lining that I believe that it does bring to the forefront of the failures that our kids are seeing. And we need to shine the light on that and find out why this is happening.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock, any comment?
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. This particular bill annihilates public education in its total. And the failures that the representative brought forward in terms of predicating this on test scores, clearly it depends which test you happen to take. But I think this totally diminishes opportunity for students in public education in New Hampshire by not having an adequate background at all. This is not a minimum education. This is worse than minimum education. This is almost no education. And I highly support the ITL. Thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have two separate points. The first is yesterday, this bill was discussed at the Holocaust and Genocide Education Commission meeting. And they asked me to express that as a commission, and I abstained from the vote just to make sure that I was keeping my roles separate in that regard, just to be clear. But aside from my vote, it was unanimous to oppose this bill because of the removal of genocide education, which is part of a previous mandate that is included in our students' curriculum. On a separate note from that, I want to make sure we're recognizing the 30,000 people who signed in opposition to this bill. Sure, we can all spend 7 or 8 weeks reading through every single one of the testimonies, as well as all of the people who came to testify in person, as well as the superintendent of the school district who it was implied that he had requested this bill, and he came and very specifically said to us that that had not been what he had requested. He was requesting additional funding. I think if we want to recognize how best to support our students, we need to be looking to the committee that is currently meeting down the hall and at the ways in which we fund and balance education across the state for equity and parity for all of our students. But this bill, I believe, should be not just ITL'd. If it were up to me, I would indefinitely postpone it and remove it forever.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to respond to the shining light on our failures. When we look at, and we hear that a lot, when we look at test scores, which you like to look at, the NAEP scores, we're in the top. I saw 3, I've heard 5, so let's say top 5 in the country. So I think we should stop shedding so much light on these failures and focus on successes. Thank you.
I'll just comment that I understand the intent of the prime sponsor. I do think we need to focus on the basics. The prime sponsor indicated that the intent was to do that and then have local districts provide all the additional instruction that they saw appropriate and needed in their district. As we always hear about local control, but that often waffles in the wind sometimes, local control. So I understand the intent, but I do not think that this was the right vehicle or timing for this legislation. So I will be voting also for the ITL motion. Is there any further discussion? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree that this bill should be ITL'd. I agree that it's not appropriate. That being said, though, I do want to say I understand on some level, even though maybe he didn't do it in the best way, I understand where the sponsor's coming from, because yes, we are in the top 5 in the country, or even our local districts. We could say, oh, we're top 10 in the state or whatever. What concerns me is when we look at those, we're not saying, oh, we're this out of 100%. We're looking at it like, let's say, oh, the average across the country is 50%, I don't know what it is, but 50% proficient or 52% proficient. So, you know what I'm saying? If we come in with those scores, then, oh, we're number 1 or we're number 2. That's still not good enough for our kids. Like, I feel like we have to do better, but I absolutely agree that we need to keep the arts in there because that's the only outlet for some of our kiddos.
Further comment, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. And I just want to close after my second. That additionally, every youngster that comes to public education needs something to stimulate them. If we take out art, music, if we take out world language, if we take out civics, anything that's going to interest, what we need is to be sure that that youngster comes back to school the next day motivated to learn something. And if we run these people against the wall with 3 subjects, we are totally diminishing what an adequate, totally educated youngster is in New Hampshire. They need the opportunity to explore. Thank you.
Representative Morse?
I just want to make a comment. I'm pretty sure most of everyone in this room knows that my district sits at 14% proficiencies. 14. I mean, that's really, really, really low. So I know that for my district, we need to focus definitely more on the curriculum and the core subjects before adding on additionals. Though I do agree with needing arts and physical education and social studies, civics, and all those things, including photography. Like half the kids that become photographers wouldn't be photographers without photography in high school. And I agree with local control, giving this back to the district so they can offer these as electives. But I trust in the school districts to do what's right when they have the tools that are given to them.
Thank you. Representative Nato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to address, thank you for saying that. We need to make it interesting for our kids to come to school, because if it's not fun, not interesting, they're not going to go any further. Absolutely, thank you. And my district, and I can look it up at the Department of Education website, my district's 40% in math and science. Is that an acceptable percentage rate to just leave no kid behind? I don't want to leave any kid behind. I want them to be better than 40, the district be more than 40% efficient.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk.
The motion is ITL. Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes on ITL, yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
18 yeas, 0 noes.
And I take it consent is okay with everybody? Great. Thank you very much. Again, I'm still looking for the amendment to House Bill 699. It's still not available. I will check at lunchtime to see what happened. I handed it in person. So I will check on that, and we can always take it up this afternoon if we get copies in time. Otherwise, we are set to begin afternoon hearings at 1 o'clock. And
Representative Cordelli,
1 second.
before you adjourn,
Yeah, just whoever has signed up for reports, if you could get to them right now, we have the chance to get them in the hopper for the calendar for next week, which would be very good. Representative Woodcock.
thank you. My question is, Representative Cordelli, if we could come back earlier from lunch so that this important bill, 69, is not tacked on at the end. As a test.
You do it.
No, this is executive session. My request is if you can come back to say 12:45, hopefully with the amendments, so we don't get so backed up that this bill gets discussed way at the end of the day.
If the amendment's ready.
Right, yeah, I have
It
no.
won't impact the
Right, I have no confidence that the amendment will be ready by then. But I will be checking at lunchtime, and we will
Okay,
take it up as soon as I can get the amendment and get copies made,
if we're here.
if we're here.
Thank you.
Right. Right. Otherwise, we will be here next Tuesday and Wednesday, and we're just confirming the schedule with our assistant for next week, but we have excuse me, a room up the hall available for us on Tuesday. And we'll be back in this room on Wednesday. But with the holiday on Monday, we needed an extra day next week, and I did not want to have to schedule anything for vacation week. So with that, we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, at 1 o'clock. It wasn't scheduled, but we took it up, and so I infer from that, he not only wants to have the committee to take care of the disposition of the bill. But he wants to get it to the House and get it defeated as quickly as possible so we can put as much distance, time and distance from this
Going to open the hearing on HB 676 relative to the composition and responsibilities of the Parent and Education Service Provider Advisory Commission and establishing Education Freedom Account impact and parent satisfaction surveys. And I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you very much, Chairman Noble. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ospey in the beautiful Lakes region. And this bill really came from a discussion last year, I believe it was, or it might even have been during the EFA Oversight Committee meetings. And that pertains to the current Provider Advisory Commission. In current statute, it basically is an optional meeting to be called by the executive director of the Children's Scholarship Fund, who until the discussion that we had on the subject had not called a meeting, and I believe has called a meeting since then. So I felt it appropriate to do a little work on the advisory commission and make it a mandatory meeting. And you'll see that on page 1 in the top half. I revised the commission to 9 members rather than the current 7, and indicated that 5 members would be a quorum of the committee. In addition, I believe it's already the case where the director of the scholarship fund is a non-voting chairperson, and also the commissioner is a non-voting member of the commission. And I revised slightly the duties of the commission and indicated that it shall meet at least on a quarterly basis and more often as necessary. And slightly revised, and you'll see in 15 through 19 lines, the duties of the commission, the commission, and that the commission should provide an annual report each November, beginning next year. So I think that that's important to have that as a regular meeting and not leave it up to one person's discretion whether to have a meeting or not. I then added 2 new sections. And these new sections are already in law for the tax credit scholarship program. So I lifted the requirements from that program and put them also in the EFA program, thinking that they made sense if they were in the tax credit scholarship program, that they should also be in the EFA program, because I think it's useful information, and questions have been coming up on or in the EFA Oversight Committee on some of these topics. And the first is an impact survey that is given to parents who have a child leaving a public school for an education freedom account, and soliciting reasons for why they are leaving the public school for the EFA, and any suggestions they have as to why they left, but what might have prevented them from leaving. The second one is a parental satisfaction survey, and that is on page 2, beginning in lines 3. And it's taken straight from the tax credit scholarship program, and is to solicit information from parents about their satisfaction with the program, and they have the ability to strongly agree through strongly disagree on the survey. And it prescribes three questions that are to be included in the survey. And you'll see those on lines 10 through 14. And so that, I felt that that information would be useful to all of us. And it's already in statute for the scholarship program, which if you're looking for it, it's probably not in our books, but it's RSA 77-G. And so the last two sections are straight from that program. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Wilcock.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Really quickly, just a question. On page 2, line 5, Glenn, why administered by the scholarship organization? It seems to be the commission is running it. If I read your piece right, the oversight commission, this commission is going to be getting the data.
The commission is really focused more on education, the service providers,
Okay.
rather than necessarily parental satisfaction or anything else like that.
But why have a separate entity of the scholarship organization running this survey? Why wouldn't it be DOE?
Well, Children's Scholarship Fund is the administrator of the program, just as they are with the tax credit scholarship program. In both cases, it's the administrator of the program who's doing the survey.
So I wonder, not that it may ever change, perhaps, but I wonder if you're going to do it using that, why wouldn't it just say the administration of the program? I'm thinking if something changes along, I'm not.
Right, yeah.
I got it.
The scholarship organization is meant to be a generic term.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. On page 1 in where it talks about in section 2, where it talks about how they are appointed, it says the member shall be appointed by the director of the scholarship organization and serve at the director's pleasure, blah, blah, blah. I'm curious if the goal of this, as I understand it, is to be an advisory commission looking at the survey, why it would all be members appointed by the head of this program. If they're serving it at that person's pleasure, wouldn't they potentially be more likely to only appoint people they believe are feeling satisfaction and omit sort of the broader, perhaps there are a number of people who are part of the program in one capacity or another who are in fact dissatisfied with it, but wouldn't be appointed because they were at odds with the director of that program. It feels sort of like having the fox choosing. So I'm trying to understand what the motivation is.
Right. This is for, this advisory commission is really to look at the education service provider population. And as you see in A, if there are appeals of an education service provider, perhaps they have been excluded from the program for a reason, they can appeal to this advisory commission. But then in B, also to, this group is to provide recommendations for improvements and also look at the account expenses. Sometimes if payments are slow to the getting to the education service providers, that would be feedback to this commission to look at ways to speed up reimbursement and things like that.
Right, but my question is more about why would you have the person in charge of the program be the person appointing the council that's supposed to be judging them?
They know who the people involved are, and that is current law. I have not changed that aspect of it.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm I think I see it, but could you just like maybe give an example of, so that we can differentiate between the scholarship organization and educate service providers? Because I think it's two separate entities, and it's one is doing the other. And
Right, yes. Thank you. Yeah, the scholarship organization, Children's Scholarship Fund, is the name of the organization that has been hired to administer the program and is referred to in 194F as the scholarship organization. The second part of your question, I'm sorry.
what would be an example of
Oh,
an
the service
education
providers.
service provider?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be anyone from a private school who had EFA students attending the school, to a tutor, to a local bookstore, anyone who's providing services to EFA students.
Thank you.
Representative Hall. Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In this survey, would there be questions about those that have AFAs and go back to public schools? Do we want that information? Or is it included in here at all?
It is not, but it could be. We do know that there's a small percentage, and I can't remember the percentage, of EFA students have gone back to their public schools. In some cases, they wanted to do high school back in the public school. But it does not specifically ask for information from the parents as to a return to the public school and the reason. It's not one of the mandated questions, as I really just lifted that section from the tax credit scholarship program. And those questions were, I think, developed by Department of Revenue Administration when the program was put together.
Follow-up? It's actually not a follow-up. It's the second question? Sure. Okay, thank you. Could they do these surveys without it being in the, a law? Could they just conduct these
Yes.
surveys?
They could, yes, yep. Yeah, and I had some discussions with them about doing those surveys, but felt at this point, with questions about accountability and so forth, it was worthwhile to put it into the statute.
Thank you. Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Cordelli, for taking my question. So one of the biggest issues that we've heard on this committee is privacy. Is there anything in these surveys that would compromise the privacy of an individual student?
I don't believe so. The surveys are filled out by the parents. They're not to be made public information. I'm sure aggregate information could be provided, but not individual responses.
Thank you. Follow-up? Follow-up. Thank you. And just out of curiosity, will this information that the surveys amass, will that be provided to the district that the child is leaving?
That's not mandated in the current bill, but yeah, there are many things that can be done.
Sure. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I wanted to make sure I was understanding. When you said service organization, are we talking about the same entity that I believe the Department of Education had said in other circumstances wasn't required to send all of their data back to the state of New Hampshire?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. It could have been in relation to an audit that is taking place, and that there was some request for information that really the department did not have and was not responsible for, I think was part of the discussion.
Follow up if I may. Thank you. So I guess my question is, does this bill require the service organization or service provider organization to send this information or the results back to the department?
The commission has to do an annual report, which goes, it's on lines 20 to 23 on the first page.
Thank you.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One more question. It's given to the parents of students who have exited a public school under the provisions of the chapter, so they don't survey students who are already there and receiving it.
Right, I believe the intent was to find out why children are leaving public schools. And I think in the future that might be useful information to the public school and possibly should be provided on an aggregate basis to public schools.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Cordelli, for taking my question. On lines, on page 2, lines 4 all the way through the end, as you're talking about the survey. These questions are phrased in such a way that is very leans one way or the other, obviously in a positive way. So it's kind of they're leading questions, number one. They're subjective questions. Obviously, you're asking parents to determine whether they've seen measurable improvement. And I'm not sure what you're trying to get at when you say my child would have been unable to attend the school of his or her choice without the Educational Freedom Program, unless that follows up with the last question, which it says, excluding the Education Freedom account, how much did you pay out of pocket for your child to attend school this year? Again, are you going to really be able to get accurate information? I mean, it's very subjective.
I would hope we could get accurate information, but with surveys, that's always a question, as we've discussed about that in other circumstances. But again, these were the questions that I believe were made up by DRA with the scholarship program, and I just took the same ones. And I think in terms of measurable improvement, one of my points is that this program has a great accountability measure in parents. And this is really to survey parents to see, are you in fact seeing improvement?
Representative Selig.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question and also my previous one, because I realized I forgot those statements previously. This is really a follow-up on Representative Cornell's question about the students who've left, I think it was Representative Cornell, about students who've left the public school. We know there are a number of people who never had any intention of attending public schools at all, who went into the EFA program prior to any element of school, so they wouldn't have left a school. Would it not make sense to have a question that asks in a different way whether they had an intention of attending public school at all? Because if they didn't, then we're directing, I'm trying to understand how we capture that very sizable portion of the EFA population that had never an intention to attend public school.
Yeah, that might be a valid question to ask and to add.
Representative Lecoq.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. On the, I'm going back to the membership of the committee, appointed by the director of the scholarship organization. I think if my internet is correct here, I wasn't using the phone, I was using the internet, that there's 10 counties in New Hampshire. I think that's accurate, at least based on 2 minutes ago. Is there any chance we could have one person from each county delegation? And I think some refer to the hen in the hen house, the chicken house, or scoop or something, one of those old phrases. I'm not young enough to remember that stuff. But in either case, it would seem to me that I'm just concerned when, as someone has mentioned, if you have the person who is if I was appointing a committee to do a somewhat biased response survey, and give it back to me, I surely would want to put people who I think are going to be pro my organization or my committee or what it happens to be. So I think if each delegation had one representative appointed by the delegation, you still have almost the same number of folks. And then it was,
Right.
that's all. Just a different way. I just have concern. I'm concerned about who direct. I'd rather have the commissioner. Anybody else? The director of the.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the commissioner or the designee might know, who the right. Yeah, I'm not sure who else could do it. But these are, the members are either EFA parents or service providers. I think it'd be best to have a good mix, because again, they're not doing the surveying. This commission is actually just doing the duties in A and B on 15 through 19.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You're absolutely correct. I was thinking, I'm absolutely wrong. I was thinking it was the general committee or the.
Right.
These are just handpicked out of those thank you.
Yep. No problem.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In that cohort of individuals that is charged with the review process of the results, is there a public school representative
Public school representative
reviewing the responses?
Reviewing the responses?
Yes, because it says that the commission shall meet in person. But from what I was hearing initially, it was a cohort of individuals who seemed to have similar perspectives.
Well, yeah, the commission again is parents and service providers, because they're not doing the surveys which are outlined starting in section 3 on line 24. The commission is totally separate from the surveys that are mentioned below.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Brian Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire today. I think I was at most of the Education Freedom Account Legislative Oversight Committee meetings over the last few years. And I just think some context is important, because I think I think this bill's a missed opportunity to actually bring some additional accountability to the program. So first, I think that it would be valuable to have the survey that was mentioned earlier about people who are coming back. Back in 2022, there was a bill filed, bipartisan bill filed in the House to do a survey of students who had left their public school. And from what I recall, the testimony from some, including the scholarship organization, was to oppose that. So I would urge you to look at that 2022 bill. I will look up the number. I apologize. And partly why I handed my card in a little late was I think it was important that this has been looked at before the year following the passage of the program, because I think it did have some important information there. The second thing I just want to say is I think it's important to put some more actionable teeth into the bill about these meetings and the information, because part of the reason I think we're here and the Legislative Oversight Committee, that the Legislative Oversight Committee, I think it was last summer, discovered was the Parent Advisory Committee wasn't meeting. This is years into the program and they had not yet met. And the justification for that was, anecdotally, we know that parents are satisfied with the program. And this is a little astounding, but I think, that was an obligation to convene under the law and it wasn't done. And so that that is another issue. So I urge you to look at that as you're contemplating the language around this bill. The other thing I'd just say about the missed opportunity is I don't think that whether it's the survey or the amendments to the current statute for the Parent Advisory Commission replaces the fact that we don't have much achievement data or any achievement data from this program, and that it's essentially left out in terms of requirements from the current law. And so we don't know how students are doing academically in this program, whether it's improving, whether it's not. If the previous states who had passed a similar program to ours is any indication who did have some kind of assessment work that's required and published on an aggregate basis, I would be, if I were the legislature, I'd be very troubled by that, because a lot of that data is not good. Some of it is much of it is very concerning in terms of students who switched to a bachelor program and the results in some of the states that we've talked about here in this committee before when we're talking about expanding the program, that those results were as I said, very concerning. So I'll close my testimony there, and happy to take any questions I can or come back with any ones that I don't have the information before me.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I understand your concerns about the committee not meeting, but would you not agree that this bill would force that committee to convene and finally give us the information that we need?
I don't think we should have had to have passed another bill to ask them to meet. I think by the end of the, to be fair, I think by the end of the Oversight Committee meeting, the meetings had begun. I don't know if there's been anything published from those. But I think more importantly, that this seems to be one of the only central markers for this program in terms of how students are doing. And I just, as I said, I think it's a missed opportunity to just make some tweaks to the advisory commission having to do with provider approval, and not go further in terms of looking at achievement and also looking at the actual process that is undergone when the scholarship organization is approving a provider.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I just want to clarify, when you talk about specific achievement data, using this as another opportunity to create access to specific achievement data from the EFA program, would that be like the current standardized tests that we administer within our public schools at certain benchmark grades? I think it's, if I'm remembering correctly, it's 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 8th, and 11th grades that our students take a variety of standardized tests. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about, or something else? I just want to make sure that where we could get some benchmark data.
Yeah, well, because there's not one option that's required, I would imagine it's hard to get any kind of aggregate data. So, I think that is testing the one and only thing that is going to tell you where a student is. I'm sure all the educators, many of the educators on this committee, former educators, would agree that that is not the only thing. But I think when we're talking about having some kind of understanding about where the program is. I mean, Tennessee just recently did a pilot program. We were talking about proficiency earlier in an earlier committee, and they did a pilot program in one of the school districts in Tennessee with a program, and what they saw was a significant lag behind local public schools on proficiency scores. So I think not knowing and having any kind of marker is worse than is problematic, especially because you are investing an increasing amount of money into this program. I know the department gave both these committees, the Policy and Administration Committee and the Funding Committee, some data on the program that it was going to grow from 30 to 38 million, I think, by the end of FY26. And so this is, even if there's no expansion done this year, the program is going to grow in terms of as far as the forecast. And so I think this is a good time for the legislature to really take a look at what kind of accountability that is part of this program. So,
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Brian.
appreciate it.
Would anyone else like to testify on this? Okay, we're gonna close the hearing on HB 766. 6 minutes. Where are we at? Oh, we still have time. 15 minutes now. Could I come back to my chair?
Okay, we'll get started with our next bill, which is House Bill 740, requiring the Department of Education to maintain student records of chartered public school students. And the prime sponsor, Representative Fellows, is here. Welcome to the Education Policy Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. I came from just down the hall from the Education Funding Committee. So the purpose of why I filed this bill is because a couple of years ago, a charter school closed. It was the one that was here in Concord. And there was a lot of confusion about how to handle different aspects of their closure. And one of them was what to do with the student records. So you may, especially anybody who's new to this committee may not know, but there's been a statute in place forever, as far as I can tell, that says school districts, now we start out with school districts because this statute was in place more than 100 years ago, and that's all we were dealing with at that time, that school districts needed to maintain permanent records about their students. And those records consisted of enrollment for every single day of the year. You know, was the student there or not there? Why they came into the school? Did they just enter at kindergarten? Did they transfer from another place? And it had other information in those records. And later on, when most people were graduating from high school, the transcripts of the students' courses and whether or not they graduated from high school were also part of the permanent records. In statute, it's defined permanent records. It refers to the enrollment. I didn't find anywhere where it mentioned the high school transcript, but it does refer to K-12. So, school districts, school districts, as far as I know, have never closed. There have been school districts that have consolidated to make a cooperative district, but there's never been, there is no municipality that has students that doesn't have a school district. So there's always been a place to keep those permanent records. But when we have charter schools, and if they're approved by the school district, then there's no problem because the school district will just keep those records. But most of our schools are approved by the state board. So it's really important that we make sure that we maintain those records for those charter schools, should they close, that were approved by the state board. So that's the intent of this record. So a student who, graduates from a charter school and a couple years down the road, the school closes and that student should be able to get a copy of their transcript to verify that they graduated from high school. And it's probably even more important now because we have these dual enrollments. So kids can be in high school, they can be certified with different trade jobs. So we need to have records of that information. So that's why this bill is here. I did a lot of research. Let me give you some more history. I started working at the Department of Education in 1985 and retired in 2017. So when I first started, the statutes in the statutes under the responsibility of the State Board of Education then and still does require the state board to give to school districts every single year a form to keep track of these permanent records. And since I was started in 1985, I remember those records. They were printed on very nice archival kinds of paper so that they would last a long time. And because there was that form, which I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing
The form was adopted by rules, because I know that's the process now for forms. It was identified what had to be kept for those records. Well, when after about 10 or 12 years, so we get into the 1990s, school districts started to use computers to keep track of their students. So there were amendments to statutes that said, you know, you don't have to use that paper register the State Department of Education gave you. You could keep track on computer, but you had to make sure that you had at least one paper copy. And there was never any repeal of the requirement to keep the student records either. And so now we find ourselves in a place where that is no longer in rules. There was some deletions. I gave you have a piece of paper that has some of the changes that were made historically to this. Some of the statutes, but not really requiring a printout, but they're still required, the school districts are still required to keep those records. And they have continued to do that because in the school districts, they have the historical memory, the institutional memory that just kept them doing that. And so they're not on paper anymore. I don't know what they're on, but they are keeping those records. So we need to make sure that charter schools understand that they need to do the same thing. They need to keep those permanent records. And when a charter school closes, my bill proposes to have the Department of Education be responsible for those records. And the reason that it makes sense to have the Department of Education do it is because there are also statutes about colleges, and the public and private colleges. If one goes out of business, then the State Department of Education is responsible for keeping those kinds of records. So somebody can verify that they did get a college degree. So that's what this bill does. And I have I know we don't usually do show and tell, but this is what copy of what one of the registers looks like. I was able to get one from a school district, and it's remarkably similar to what the school districts keep now in terms of information on a student. There's every time a student moves from one school to another, there are records made indicating did they go out of state? Did they transfer to another district? There's a code for if a student dies, and that's why you take them off the register. And if they're expelled, and if they graduate, if they transfer to the next grade, if they're promoted or not. So all this, pretty much all the same things that we keep now were kept back then. So I did not put in the bill what the elements of the student record are, because you could really think it's the department's job to do that and put them in rules, this would have been a rule. But this just makes it clear that the student records won't get lost for a charter school that closes. And these are only the charter schools that are approved by the state board.
Thank you very much. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this bill forward. I do have one question. So in regards to other types of data that a charter school may have in the event of its closure, if it's coming from a sending district, does that then also just reside at the Department of Ed, or does it get also sent back to the sending school for services or related services?
So up until about
2007, there was the information that came from school districts up to the state. It never was about an individual student. It was always how many, how many students you had in each grade or whatever. But since then, the records that they keep now at the Department of Education, they don't have the detail of an individual student, what days they were present and what days they were absent, that is in here, and that should be, according to statute and precedent, they should have as part of their permanent record. They do have all the transfer, anything that has to do with coming in or leaving the school district and school. They keep track of what school and what district, or between two charter schools, whatever.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for coming forward with this bill. I do have a question about school-age children. So if a charter school closes and that school-age child transfers to a public school, doesn't that record follow them to the public school?
I don't think that. I don't think so. I think that probably the last school year, if a student was in one school for 5 years and then they left that school to transfer to another one, I think that probably the record for the last year would go with them, because what they're mostly interested in is like, what grade should we put this student in? I don't think they'd have all of that information.
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure.
And I appreciate your honesty about that. So my follow-up to that would be, if they're only looking for the last year, then is that not the practice right now on all public schools, or do they just keep all of the records in perpetuity no.
So in terms of the permanent record, if a student was in one school, one district, let's say, one district for 5 years, and then they moved to another district for 5 years, the 5 years, first 5 years worth of information stays with that school district. The records stay with the school district for
follow-up. So that all of that prior 5 years doesn't get reported to the DOE?
It does get reported to the DOE. It was reported to the DOE by that first district that they were in. Then when the student transfers to another town, then they go to a different school, and that new school district is reporting for every year.
Thank you. I'm understanding what you're saying, Representative Fellows. That the point I was trying to make is, if a child is leaving a charter school and going to a public school, I would hope that all of the records are following that child. That was the point I was trying to make. But thank you for your honesty on this.
So just one thing to make clear, this has nothing to do with special ed records.
I wasn't referring to special ed. I'm just talking strictly a regular ed student.
Right. We do have two people from the department here also that could answer the questions. Representative Selig.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question, and also welcome to our visitors who are here from Leadership Concord. We're glad they're able to join us today. But so I think you talked about schools that closed, the charter schools that closed and completely went out of business. So this would be a way to ensure that someone who graduated from a school, if the school then shut down for whatever reason, I think one of the Seacoast schools did, that there's still a way for them to access their information through the state, even where like right now, someone who graduated from Dover High School can reach back to Dover High School in 50 years and get their records. This would be if they attended, Red Bottle School that went out of business, that in 50 years they could reach out to the state and say, I went to Red Bottle School, I need proof of that.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that what I'm
exactly
understanding?
the purpose.
Okay, thank you so much.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is just regarding to record retentions in general. I assume that in the RSAs right now that charter schools are required to keep these permanent records?
Someone at the Department of Education told me that was not true.
Okay, the reason I ask that is I know we've been told that unless it specifically says a charter school needs to do that, so this could be an issue in itself.
Yeah.
And the other question that I had is, do parents always have the right to request these records from the institutions? And so say if my child was going to school in Rye and I was going to move to Northampton, could I request all my child's records from Rye to be sent to Northampton, and then Northampton would have the responsibility of retaining that permanent record?
So a parent could ask a school to forward the permanent records to another school district, but that's not a requirement. The permanent records belong with the where the student was at the time that record was recorded.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes, Chairman. Good afternoon, Representative Fellows. The number of charter schools that have failed, if I recall, is very small. So
I think about
10 maybe?
6, maybe.
Yeah, so this is a very limited bill, right?
Well,
I mean, it's not like, we're not talking about 100 schools. We're talking about a very small number of schools. I'm not suggesting it's not valid. I'm just suggesting it's not like the huge issue. I mean, it's an issue, but the number that was being impacted in terms of schools and DOE is small.
Probably the DOE could probably respond better to that. I would add that the DOE is already required to maintain the records for college transcripts when a private college closes.
Yep.
So I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I've seen no further questions. Thank you very much, Representative. And next, we have two representatives from the department, Mr. Bear and Ms. Caitlin Davis.
Guess I get the double wide.
Thank you very much for being here. And I think you've heard some of the questions about records and transferring and so forth. Maybe you could help us out with a couple of those.
So sure, and I think some of the questions are relative to how a local school district handles school records, and I do think there are a few representatives from local school districts that might be better prepared to talk about that than the Department of Education. And I don't know if they filled out cards, but whatnot. Relative to this bill in general, the Department of Education thinks this is probably a best practice specifically for closed schools, not only for chartered public schools, but also likely non-public schools. We do have challenges with individuals when their schools have closed getting access to their student records, and having some sort of statewide consistency and practice would be helpful for individuals that attended these institutions, because oftentimes, especially high school transcripts are needed for employment, military service, continuing education and whatnot. And so we do have a fair number of people that reach out to the department on a fairly regular basis looking for these types of transcripts. Tal has some more information and he handles a lot of the information that comes in right now, but just high level. So the Department of Education does already have this function for career schools and institutions of higher education that close. And so when a institution of higher education in the state of New Hampshire closes, they give all the records to the Department of Education. And we do have a part-time employee at the department that their job is to issue transcripts and student records. The department's biggest challenge with the way this bill is written right now is realistically the resources to do this request. So for post-secondary records, the department has the authority to charge $25 a transcript. That one pays for the position and the work that the position does in that person's time. It also pays for special transcript papers and whatnot that's used for issuing the transcripts. And a lot of times there's mailing expenses because oftentimes with transcripts they're mailed directly to directly to an institution or to somebody who might live out of state. So there are some costs that the department incurs with this, and so for the post-secondary, we already have a way of doing that with the fee mechanism. There's times that an individual may need 10 copies of a record if they're seeking employment or trying to go to college or something like that. So it is a process that we follow. But with that, so I think Tal is going to kind of clarify some additional kind of questions or concerns we have with the way the legislation is, and then we can kind of talk through the process.
Awesome. I'll try not to repeat any of Caitlin's comments. First off, we do support the distinction within HB 740 with the distinction applying only to state authorized charter schools, not including the language district approved charter schools. We did, however, have objection to the wording of provision of student records being provided by the department at no cost. As Caitlin mentioned, the department has existing practices that support the provision of student records and transcripts from closed career schools and institutions of higher education. These are self-funded through fees that are charged. As Caitlin mentioned, it's a nominal fee of $25. This fee covers all the time, effort, printing, postage required for the certified transcripts. For consistency's sake, we would request that the same fee structure be applied in this particular case, so that we could allocate appropriate time and resources within the department. Additionally, we would also request that the department have rulemaking authority with this. For earlier clarification, just because I know there was some discussion about existing practices with records, I would mention that RSA 194B16 Section 7 does address, in the event of voluntary or involuntary dissolution of a charter public school, remaining student records maintained by the charter school shall be forwarded to the Department of Ed if all records maintained, having to do a little scrolling, maintained by the charter school have not been forwarded to the the student's district of residence. Where this has created some challenges is essentially a student leaves the closed charter school. They've indicated they're going to go to a district, or in some cases a private school, or in some cases homeschool. But if if the records are going to be forwarded, they're forwarded over. We've had situations where the assumption's made, the student's there, records are done, the school closed, and then 4 months later we're getting a request for records that we don't have because they were under the list as having transferred to a district approved charter. And then suddenly we have no ability to find resolution for that situation. So this new law appears to close that loophole, because we would essentially be getting copies of all records, so that in the event that a district did not receive records, we would at least have something to be able to help resolve the issue. I think that's about it. Any questions?
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for being here. I appreciate the clarification on a lot of these points. You did mention the at no cost element, which I did not pick up on before. Are you aware of any public high schools that charge someone to receive their transcript, or is that the case, or are they offered at no cost? I'm not sure what the process is for public high schools. Okay, thank you.
I would just add on that, I looked up 3 just as I was heading out the door. The 3 that I looked up did not.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. If I remember in our introductory, I'm new to this committee, and I could have been wrong. I thought that there were no district approved charters as of right now. Is that true, or is that
That is
my
correct.
memory
There are
incorrect?
currently not any.
Okay. Follow up if I may.
Yes.
And in the event that a school were to dissolve, let's say, and you had 100 students there, and you were asking for the $25, that would be $2,500 potentially worth of records requests that could potentially come in, if maybe more. Would it be incumbent upon the closing board of directors to supply those funds to you, or would that be for, I guess, going on your question?
So the $25 the department, for our current process, we charge when an individual needs access to their records. So oftentimes this is 10, 11, 15 years after a school has closed and somebody needs those records. So the closing school does not pay for that right now. We did have 2 schools closed last year. We were fortunately able to work with them to get the records for that, but because of kind of the lack of clarity and kind of rules right now, the schools had just worked with us and provided those records, but we didn't necessarily have a formal process. So.
Representative Woodcock?
No, the question is.
Okay. Representative Sally?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I just want to make sure that I understood part of your comment, that you would actually prefer if we amended this bill, not just to add an appropriate fee for the service of retrieval of transcripts, but also to increase the bill related to private schools that should close. Is that correct?
So, yes, because we have the exact same challenges that we've just described relative to chartered public schools. It exists for non-public schools when they close. It's actually sometimes these are even more challenging with non-public schools. For chartered public schools are at least required to give the Department of Education rosters and student data in the same form that a district public school did. So we can at least at times, at least verify an attendance for somebody at a school. For non-public schools, we don't have that information at all. And so we do have, a fair number of people that reach out to the Department of Education on a regular basis looking for their transcripts. Somebody actually just reached out to town not too long ago. They were looking for their transcripts from a school from the 1970s. They had thought it was a charter school, but we didn't have charter schools back then. So I think it's really the best practice for New Hampshire residents or students if there's one consistent practice going forward. The other thing that I didn't say either is, so you may have a charter school that's located in Concord, but you may have kids that are coming from all over the place, and it may be hard for that student to know where their records are transferred if they were transferred to a resident district and whatnot. So continuity would be very helpful for them.
Bob?
Thank you. And to the extent that you have language around the collection of records from, I believe the term was from private colleges and from, I forgot the word, technical schools that have closed. Could you share that language with us or what RSA it is that specifically addresses the
open your Teams.
The records there?
Hold on 1 second.
I messaged it to him earlier today when we were preparing.
Yes, that would be very helpful for us to have the specific
So
language.
it's RSA 292 8-KK. And there are also rules that go with this, but I don't know the rule reference off of the top of my head.
Could you repeat that RSA number 292?
RSA 292:8-KK, reports required.
Yes. Thank you so very much.
And that 292 section is related to, is it for higher education?
Yeah, this is the existing law for higher education.
Yeah.
So it says any institution of higher education, blah, 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 and goes on.
Right, okay. Thank you. Any rest, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Follow up to my question from before. What number are we talking about, Kayla? We talk about 5 or 500? What are we talking about?
We've had 10 charter schools close in the existence of charter schools. The total enrollment of those schools was 2,300 kids. Now, that might not be 2,300 unique kids. I didn't go through and count the actual SACID numbers associated with those kids. But I mean, and as time goes on, more charter schools may close. Non-public schools, there's probably thousands of them because those are those probably they have a longer history and those close more.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Heather Barker? Yep. Yeah.
Got it. Now I see it. I was just confused. I wasn't sure. Was it supposed to be red on my side? Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak today. I actually popped down for this bill in support of it from New Hampshire School Administrators Association. Heather Barker. Yep. and I'm the Student Services Director there at NHSAA. The main reason that I would support this bill is because children and families are protected when you have something like this. There's having worked in Concord at the big middle school, we had students who moved back and forth between charter schools or private schools or home education back into the school, sometimes moving back and forth. And when you don't have those records, it's very hard to determine how to place a student, what kind of courses, for example, they have taken, making sure that they are getting credit for courses that they have taken and earned that credit for those. So having also worked with charter schools, they have very different practices from one to the next, which is all part of why that's important when they have their charter, designing how they're going to do that. But having somewhere or some, in this case, the Department of Education be the institution that protects those records if such school closes, right, becomes really important for that child and family. I hear what the Department of Ed said about a fee. I get that. In public schools, we typically don't charge a fee. And that's probably because when you're thinking about higher education, it makes sense because you need a record of note that's actually the formal record for the student. And you also have informal records. So for example, a student and a parent could ask for a copy of a record that's not a formal record that's going to be stamped to be used. Perhaps that fee is $5. Some universities do that. They have a different weighted cost for the formal one that's going to be used when someone's applying for a job or applying to college or to go to another institution. And then there's the records that the parent and child have access to. In this case, I'm not sure that would be a new thing, and I hadn't really thought about it, but I wholeheartedly support the idea that children and families have the protection that some institution in the state of New Hampshire is going to be responsible for protecting those records for those children and families. So that's my take on that.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Great. Thank you.
Great. Seeing none, thank you very much. And with that, we'll close the hearing on House Bill 740. And in a couple of minutes, we'll move on to 719. We will start, split the difference between the two clocks on the wall. And this is House Bill 719, repealing the use of unused district facilities by chartered public schools. And Representative Cahill is here to present his bill. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I may have just a moment of indulgence, up until 8:30 this morning, I didn't know this hearing was scheduled today. And so this was done in haste, and there was a lot of other plans changed and disruptions and things. But I was looking through this because this is my last bill, and I hadn't noticed the hearing. And then I looked through the email, and I see EPA notice. And when I saw that, because there are so many emails and so many bills, I thought, why is the EPA telling me? So that's why I didn't take note of it earlier and get all ready. And
I have requested that EPA be changed, but that was a while ago, so I'm not holding my breath. And just to sympathize with you, the first bill this afternoon was mine, and I discovered that about a half an hour before the hearing.
Yes.
So welcome. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you, sir. So you'll recall a few years ago, there was a bill passed that said that if there was unused space in a building or a building, first dibs would be to a charter school. And I think that that decision really should be left to the people in the community that built the school, that have had their children go to school there, maybe their grandchildren are there now, and maybe there's come a time when that building is no longer needed or usable, and maybe they would like to see housing or a community center or some sort of other business that would have a lot of employment for the town. But if they want to have a charter school, I think that's another option, but it shouldn't be a preference that they have to get through first. So that's what I was thinking when I wrote this, and I know I've emailed this to the committee not that long ago today, but I will read it. Just I'm going to do a little skimming, but I will read it for the benefit of the public. So. Our schools, in addition to providing education, are centers of community where children and parents form bonds, some of which last a lifetime. It is not uncommon for teachers to have the children of their former students in their classroom. Our school buildings provide several generations with this grounding sense of place and continuity. The buildings require maintenance and sometimes renovation and expansion to meet the needs of students. In some cases, a new building is more cost-effective. Another kind of bond that comes into play here is the one that residents approved in a warrant article needed to fund the project. They committed to pay principal and interest for 20 or 30 years using a portion of their property tax so the project could be completed. They approved a tax increase because it was in the best interest of the families living in the community they are invested in. In the event of a school building to be retired due to replacement or consolidation, shouldn't the elected school board and/or the residents make the decision on the future use of the building? They had paid for the construction, maintenance, and later studies to determine when renovation or new construction were the best path. What if they feel the best use of the vacant school building is for housing or for a tax-paying business? Requiring first refusal for a charter school that would recruit students from outside the community, from any distance a parent was willing to drive, does nothing for the town's residents. The state should not interfere in what is a local decision best left to the residents and their elected governing bodies. Now, I did paste in a couple of articles here, examples, a little charter history, and I know there are wonderful charter schools that are stable and doing a great job for the kids that attend, but there are other situations. One I want to call your attention to, because it's about what happens when a charter school moves. And I know schools in our regular traditional schools don't move. They may shut down, but they provide for another alternative in the district for their kids. So I recall this incident that happened in Kingston, where a Great Bay community, like the Great Bay Charter, or Seacoast Charter, I'm sorry. So the people moved into a school in Kingston that was already in tough shape. It was so bad that the people of Kingston, this is Representative Weilerstown, had decided not to put money into it and to build another high school. And so they didn't need this building. It was in poor condition. I don't know what they were thinking they would do with it, but a charter school came along and said, we'd like to lease the building, until we find something else. And, the building was in poor shape, fire and safety issues, the kind of thing that, happens in public schools. And they did lease it for a while, then they gave them an extension and they said, we need more time. And really the town was worried about liability. What would happen, in the event that there's something terrible happened and some of these kids got hurt. So they eventually declined to renew the lease. And they went, the charter school went looking for alternatives. They looked at the vacant vocational training center in Stratham, still vacant, by the way. And they started raising money for that. And I remember a particular thing in the paper about I think it was a second or third grader whose grandmother gave her $500 for her birthday. And that little girl put $500 toward that charter school because she wanted to keep going to that school. She loved the school. In the end, they decided that Stratham wasn't going to work out. It was going to cost them too much to fix, or the price was too high. They found a spot in Dover. And in this article, the headmaster of the charter school said, and I highlighted this so I would... he said some parents would be unable to continue sending their children to the school because of the new location. But no matter where we moved, Stratham or Dover, the distance was a big concern. A lot of our families are just not able to make it. But our overall goal is the school sustainability. Durso said the Seacoast Charter School will be looking for new families in the Dover and Rochester area to join them. Now, I wondered where that left the third grader who willingly donated $500. I didn't know if she was going to be making that journey twice a day. I'm not sure which of the many towns that were served by the charter school in Kingston. I'm not sure how far her parents had to get her to, in order to be in Dover and continue the schooling that she wanted. She may have, in fact, returned to the local district in her community, and oftentimes they find that works just fine. It might have been better than they expected because maybe they'd never tried it, or it might be that they're learning new things and with other kids that they can see in their neighborhoods. It sometimes really is a very good experience to get on that yellow bus or ride with your parents or walk down to the street to that local school that is such a big part of your community. The other one was about, and I'm afraid this happens a bit too often, where a charter school opens up, and this was one in Exeter, and it was closing in less than 2 years after it opened. And as I recall hearing that they had kids in tents and using portalets in November while they were still getting things together with the facility. And there appears to have been some sort of financial fraud and mismanagement. And I know this has happened before in another school in Concord, and there's others that are questionable. And it's not a reliable opportunity for the critical education that we know our children need and deserve. I think you had some testimony recently about how strongly members of the public feel about their public education, the curriculum that's available to them in their traditional public schools. So I understand that there is a place for charters, but not every place. And I think we've gone out of our way to promote alternatives when we have a fine educational system here in New Hampshire. Could it be funded better? You bet. But it really is serving the public, serving the needs of the communities where they're located. And as I recall, Commissioner Edelblu and Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos had $47 million with which to encourage charter schools. And I think another wave of that is likely coming in the current administration. And this was, as I recall, there were 29 charter schools at that time. And there were, according to Commissioner Edelblu, 7 of them were worthy of replication. His description, his decision. And I wondered, why didn't they spend the money improving the other 22 schools instead of expanding something that isn't always the best.
Could you
So-
suspend for a minute? Yes, you state your point, please. That's correct. If we could just stick to the bill, please.
Yeah, well, I think it is related because when we take public money and allow the transfer, whether it's for building aid, which is the other bill I've trying to do something about, or allowing the charter schools to come in and buy or lease school, a school building. I think these stories are germane. This is about, the history that we have with charter schools in New Hampshire. And if you look in the news, you'll see similar stories all across the country. Yes, some of them are fine, but not everyone. And we need not make sure there's a charter in every town or that everyone has easy access to it. It's not necessarily the best. And as I also said back later in my piece here, I did look at the recent test scores, and in the fourth grade reading.
Point of order, what the test scores have to do with this bill?
Education? Education is the central
Yeah,
point.
we can stick to the closing of buildings and unused space. We don't need to get into test scores.
Well, I mean, I believe the idea of funding education and adequate education includes the curriculum, the building.
Right, we're not dealing with funding of education either.
Oh, that's right. This is the policy committee.
Yes.
And then when the policy committee, you decide which schools get funding and which ones don't, or how much perhaps.
No.
Okay. The bill is about allowing the community to make their own decisions about what to do with an unused school. And I think I made the point that it's a violation of local control to have this bill in effect. And I urge you to vote to repeal it. Ought to pass on 719.
Thank you very much. Questions, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative.
Certainly.
This bill, if I'm correct, seeks to repeal RSA 194-61, which for reference is on page 631 of our books and continues on page 632. And you also cited that this RSA, this section of law, violates local control and doesn't give communities options. Am I misunderstanding the RSA when it says that the school district, if it's not used for academic purposes, extracurricular activities, administrative school functions, sports, and for which the school district has no school board approved written plan for future use, that they can still use this for whatever they deem if it fits into one of those categories, the last being more of a catch-all, any approved written plan. So what am I misunderstanding that this RSA violates local control when there's 4 listed options?
Thank you for the question. I believe it is the part that I'm having trouble with is that the local community is not free to offer the building to just anyone. First refusal must go to a charter school. If a charter school is interested, they get first offer. And then if there are competing offers, the Commissioner Edelblue will step in and mediate. And is that not correct?
Additional questions, Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for coming in front of us. So, do you know how the districts dispose of unwanted buildings that they have no further use for?
Thank you for the question. I believe it was at least left to the school board and with public input to decide whether it would be housing or some other use or sold to a charter school, which has happened before this legislation was passed.
Follow up?
Yes.
Do you know how many charter schools have put in offers on unused school buildings that the community has deemed as no longer will fit their needs?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Selig.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, sorry. Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm glad that the other bill was not in place when our new middle school was built in my community, when we had to tear down the existing middle school in order as we flip flop buildings. But I'm curious how the RSA around the unused buildings and unused space is impacted if the building is, as other schools have been deemed, unsafe for continued use. How does that impact the sales of or the leasing of to any entity if they don't want to sell it, but they really just want to eliminate the building altogether?
Let me see if I can answer that.
I'm trying to understand how that connects with all of this.
Let me see if I can answer that. I think if you have, well, the example in Kingston was they had an unused building that was not attractive apparently to investors, at least at that time. Things change, right? I'm aware of a school in Somersworth that looks just like the one in Newmarket that opened in 1925 that a developer repurposed into housing just a few years ago. So, you know, certainly an empty school could be used in a variety of ways. And I think the communities generally want to find the best possible purpose for it. And it could be a charter school, or it may be housing, or it may be any other use. But I think it should be left to the community. They shouldn't be dictated to have first refusal for one or the other.
Quick follow-up.
Okay, thank you very much. So my question is more, it's not about repurposing a building, but what happens, as the case happened in Oyster River, where the previous middle school needed to be torn down. They literally flipped the fields and the school locations, but also because the previous building was no longer functional as anything.
Right, yes, well, yes. I think it's possible. It's possible in line with the other bill that made charters eligible for building aid. It's possible that a charter school might apply for the building aid and get state money again to bring the building up to some level of safety. I'm not sure if they have the same standards as the traditional public schools. I would hope they did.
Representative Murray? I'm sorry. Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and thank you for taking my question.
Certainly.
So, the idea of an unsafe building notwithstanding, this section of law just took effect in 2023. Given that charter schools and school buildings don't open up every few months, we haven't really had time to test this much. And given that charter schools are public schools, doesn't it seem like the best place for them to start to look for buildings is in public buildings, public school buildings?
Thank you for the question. I don't disagree that a school building would be probably a very good use for another type of school or school. My point is that I think it should not be an automatic first refusal for a charter. And I know many of them set up in shopping malls, storefronts, and I would like to see them at the school myself, but if that's the will of the community, I think that's fine.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess to Representative Dry's point regarding there not being a whole lot of time that we have had around this, the way I am interpreting this section of the RSA is that the district has to sort of fish for or look for charter schools, whether through an RFP, or it says, pursuant to paragraph 1, a school district shall offer an unused facility to a charter public school. And so my question is, does that happen through an RFP process if a building is deemed no longer usable through the district, or is that something that they're literally, do they have a public comment period time where a charter comes forward and says, yes, I'm interested, and then that closes, and if there's no interest, it opens up to something else?
I'm not sure, because again, it may not have really happened yet, but my understanding is the schools are required to notify the commissioner when they have school space that's available, not a plan for use. And I imagine the commissioner makes that list available to those who want to open a charter school. I'm not sure if he's reaching out to housing developers in the same email.
We do also have several people from the department here. Great, thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you very much for presenting today. Jody Adams.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hi. I'll begin by reading my statement, and then I have a few points based on some of his comments.
Yeah. If you could just introduce yourself and your organization that you're representing.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Jody Adams, and I serve as the Executive Director for the New Hampshire Alliance for Public Charter Schools. I'm here to express my opposition to HB 719, which would repeal the right of the first refusal for charter schools to access unused districts' school buildings. Across 22 states, similar first right of refusal laws recognize the importance of making vacant or underutilized public school facilities available to public charter schools. These policies reflect a broader consensus that all public school students should benefit from taxpayer-funded assets, regardless of whether they attend a traditional district school or public charter school. The vast majority of students attending public charter schools come from the very communities in which these schools are located. They are local public school students and deserve equity access to facilities that their families' tax dollars have helped fund. Denying charter schools the ability to use vacant public school buildings are not only inequitable, but also undermines the intent of these spaces to educate our children. Furthermore, when district school buildings sit empty or underutilized, it represents a glaring inefficiency in the use of public resources. Allowing charter schools to use these facilities ensures the taxpayer dollars are directed towards educating rather than allowing buildings to deteriorate or remain vacant. This is fiscally responsible approach that maximizes the value of public assets for educational purposes. Unlike traditional district schools, charter schools do not receive direct funding for facilities. Instead, they must secure and pay for spaces using operating budgets, often at market rates. This significantly reduces the funding available for instruction, teacher salaries, and student programs. Providing access to unused district buildings helps level the playing field and ensure that charter schools can allocate more resources to their core educational mission. Moreover, shared use of public school buildings can foster collaboration between charter and district schools. By working together in shared spaces, both types of schools can exchange best practices, shared resources, and create more integrated and supportive public education systems. This benefits all public school students, regardless of which type of school they attend. In conclusion, by eliminating the first right of refusal, it limits access to valuable public resources that should be used to support public education for all students. And I urge you to oppose HB 719 and continue supporting policies that prioritize students. A couple notes, just based on some of the things I heard. There is one school that has been able to take advantage of this bill since it has been enacted, and that's Compass Classical in Northfield. I did discuss it with them before coming. They said it was a difficult process, but they were able to get through it. We do find that so far, we call it sick buildings. A majority of the time, these buildings, a lot of the towns are moving on and building buildings because they're not finding that it makes sense financially to renovate these buildings. So we haven't found a lot of buildings that have been helpful for charter schools. But sometimes, as in the Compass Classical situation, they found that they just wanted a new school and they decided that they were going to sell this building. To that point, the charter schools are not getting these buildings for free. They are actually purchasing the buildings. So this is a sale. A first right of refusal is just that. It's saying, hey, we're giving you the first option to purchase. So it's not saying that nobody can purchase it. It's not saying that the town is giving up money for this school. It's saying that they have the first option to purchase the building. It's not to say that a town doesn't have the option also to work with a charter school and say, hey, because maybe, for example, there might be a charter school in Manchester where 90% of those students are Manchester students. So a Manchester might want to work with that charter school and say, hey, we're going to give you a discount on that building because most of those kids are Manchester kids. So the Manchester might want to work with them and give them a discount on the building. So there might be situations that might occur like that. And that does happen in other states. When I talk to some of my other alliances, that does happen. So that is possibility down the line. So not to say that some towns might want to give a building for free or at a discount. That's a possibility, and that's a negotiation that a town might decide to do. And then as far as, he gave several examples of schools that weren't doing so well or with some fraudulent activity. Obviously not great situations, but I just want to point out that any school that's actually purchasing a building, those are stable schools that have been showing a lot of sustainability, and those are the schools that are actually purchasing buildings. Schools that have closed, schools that have shown, fraudulent, not great activity, those schools aren't purchasing buildings. Those are the schools that are leasing buildings, and so the schools that are looking to purchase, those are the stable schools that we're looking at who are looking for long-term stability. I'm looking for questions.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us. So would you say that the local communities do have the final word on what happens to those buildings?
I would say so, yeah. I mean, but like you said, we haven't gotten too far into it at this point, but as so far, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Morris?
If this bill was to somehow pass, then to my understanding, wouldn't it make it extremely difficult for charter schools to be able to find suitable buildings that they would be able to use as schools instead of sitting in malls or shops?
It is currently difficult now, and it is still, even with this bill, it is difficult. And like I said, a lot of the buildings are already deemed to be not usable before they move on. The towns, it depends what the towns decide of why they're moving on to other buildings and why they're leaving these buildings vacant. If they're choosing to leave them vacant because they're not feasible to maintain financially, then it's definitely not going to work for a charter school because they don't have enough funds. But if it's because they're moving on for another reason and it's financially feasible, then that's great. Time will tell if this bill is going to work for our charter schools, but we won't know unless we leave it on the books.
Thank you. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks and maybe this isn't a question for you, it might be for the department. Is there a world in which a district, a public school district, leases their land from the town and by any sort of set of circumstances offering the building then as a first right of refusal would also sort of cut out the town's agency in the process?
So the land itself? Yeah, I don't know I don't know why a charter school would want to get involved with leasing the land. No, I'm not sure if I'm understanding.
Follow up.
Thank you. My question is, a district who has an established school perhaps might lease the building from the town. So it already exists there. So is there any world in which that occurs where then we would have to be offering?
You want a charter school to lease the building from the town?
What I am asking is, does that have an impact to how this piece of legislation is written? If the land is, as a district, the land is leased from the town.
That might be a better question for the department.
Yeah, that might not be a good question for me.
Anything? Representative Woodcock?
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. Two questions. At some point, I thought you said, I may be wrong, I thought you said that there's no funding for this through currently. Does the charter schools have the right to a $50,000 a year, either rental or lease or payment?
There is lease aid.
No, up to $50,000 a year, right?
Offhand, I don't know the numbers offhand.
Because I thought I heard you said they didn't.
And not everybody qualifies for it either.
Follow up, sure.
Yes.
Thanks. And the second part was, is your interpretation the same as the representative presented the bill or Representative McDonald's in terms of who has first lease option? The representative was saying that charter schools has first lease option on unused public school building. I think Representative McDonald was inferring that they really don't. So from being the alliance, what's your position?
No, I believe what she was reading is that the town owns the building and they can try to use it in any way they wish. And if they deem that they can't use it, then before they decide to sell it, then the charter school has first right of refusal. So if the town decides they want to use it for some other purpose, they can, because they own the building. But if they decide they're going to sell it, then they have to ask a charter school first.
Thank you.
That's how I interpret
I'll
it.
wait till the department
Fine,
comes up.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. They use it for school.
Any further questions for Ms. Adams? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
And we'll call the department up, as there seems to be a few questions maybe the department could answer. I'm not sure if 2, 3, 4, 5 want to come up.
I'll let Caitlin have the center.
Sure, I'll take their seats. So conveniently, all three of us are here. So, because I think you're touching on a lot of different subjects and a lot of different topics, specifically around charter schools and charter school facilities. A lot of the things that you've asked questions about today, the department may not have answers to because they're not necessarily areas that we've dealt with in the past. Please remember that the right of first refusal law is relatively new. We've had one school that's accessed it, and the department was not really involved in that process. As Jody Adams said before, it was a process that it was not necessarily easy, but it did end up working in the long run. But all of these concepts are relatively new, new legislation, and so the department has had either very little role or very minimal number of opportunities to implement them. So I guess with that, we don't have anything necessarily prepared or plan to actually testify relative to this. Mostly we're just here to take questions and provide technical support.
Okay, I actually have a question first. Are there funds available if there's a building that's sick and a charter school wants to purchase that? Are there funds available for fixing it up?
So a kind of a couple different avenues there. So charter schools, if they're a new charter school and they have, they would have to have already purchased the building. If they're a new charter school and they were to receive a federal charter school startup grant, they could use some funds as long as is to deal with safety requirements required by the state to open. If it were an existing charter schools are able to apply for state building aid, which is money available to renovate school facilities. That, again, is new. I think it passed last year, allowing schools to access that. And so the first year that charter schools are able to submit building aid applications are this year. They would be due by April 1st. We don't know if any charter schools will submit an application. Once a charter school submits an application, the application is ranked and placed on a list, and as building aid funds are made available, the Department of Education will award those funds.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The initial question I had asked, I think the prime sponsor, or maybe it was around the list that is housed on the department's website of available buildings, potentially. That's how I'm interpreting this.
Yes.
Does the district have any onus or responsibility to reach out to charter schools and say, hey, this is available? And how long does that window have to stay
I
open?
believe that's actually the purpose of that list and why the legislature wanted the department to collect that information so charter schools could easily access that information statewide. So when you all require the department to do the unused facility survey and publish it on our website, that is now a resource available to charter schools to see what may be out there for inventory.
Follow up. And how long does that opportunity have to stay on the department's website? Let's say that building sits on there for a year, 2 years, and nobody comes forward and says, hey, I have an interest in this. At what point can a town or a district move forward with trying to?
So the list is a point in time collection. We collect, I think, every other. It's every other.
Every year.
It is every year.
Every year, July. Okay. Yeah, we post it in July of each year.
And so so right now it's February. That list could be aged, and schools could have moved on. Selling a facility. There's no requirement for them to hold on to a facility for a period of time.
Representative Woodcock.
Madam Chair. Good afternoon once again. Just go back. I'm trying to get the accurate interpretation of this regulation. Is it the department's position, and I read it several times, is the department's position that the first non-school use of that building, unused building, then becomes the first option for the charter school? Or is it the position that the public can, the local school board can use it for anything before the school, charter school?
I think we'll have to get back to you on that question. Would you mind emailing that more specifically so we can work
Oh
with
my
our
God, like
attorney on that?
technology?
You can ask Jen to email it to us. But,
Surely, I'll
but
talk to my agent.
I think we really need to work with our attorney to clarify that. So,
Because, I mean, that, yeah, thank you. That, I mean, that's the essence of where the public school loses, or I think that represents a local control, where the public school loses that authority to control the use of that building. So if the first option is clearly after the public school is done with it, then it goes to the charter school window. That's one. Or no, it doesn't go to charter school window, it goes to wherever they want it to go. I guess that's the question I'm trying to get.
So and I
accuracy.
think typically right of first refusal is relative. The school can list it for sale, and when they have offers, the first refusal, the charter school, they have to offer it to the charter school first, assuming that the offer is of the appropriate cost. And then the charter school has the first right to refuse it, and then it goes to potentially other offers that they would have on that property. But I believe the school can still list the property for sale.
But the charter school has the right, if they meet the appropriate cost, as first option.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I saw you looking at each other when I asked my question earlier, but so I'm just trying to understand if a building such as the previous Oyster River Middle School is truly deemed as not usable and they need to take down the building, so it's not that they're looking for a new use, is that impacted by this law? Because they're not trying to reuse the building, they're just trying to rid themselves of.
Yeah, I see they're not selling it. So this is right of
This
first
is only,
refusal on
related to
facilities
sales
for
or
sales.
leases.
Yes.
Okay, I just think, or lease, yes.
So and charter schools have to follow facility standards as well. So and then maybe so we do similar to the facility inspection program that we have with district public schools. We have a similar facility inspection requirement for charter schools. So if something is unusable by a public school, it's also likely unusable by a charter school without substantial renovations. And so, I mean, there are times that a charter school potentially could purchase something, but then they would be responsible for the renovations, which then that they would have to apply for building aid if they didn't have private financing for that.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you once again. I think I have the same sort of question, and we seem to be interpreting this a little bit differently. So my clarification is, how would the department interpret this? Where it says, which the school district has no school board approved written plan for future use. So couldn't theoretically the school board say that they wanted to use a building for housing or something else? And if the school board were to vote on that, does that count as a approved written plan? And they could use it for something else?
I think that's something we'd have to clarify at the department. And if you wanted to add clarity to the law, you could do that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my question also is around whether or not, so let's say, is there a world, I guess I'm asking you all because you have that data, where a district leases the land and building from a town and if a public school district. And so in the event that they are done with the building or moving on, if that goes back to the town, would that somehow be in violation of this, or would that usurp the rights of the town to be able to take their...
So I mean, leases and purchases are separate items, and so I don't think that they would impact each other. And we have had charter schools lease facilities from towns or school districts before in the past.
So follow-up if I may.
Sure.
So then would it be the charter school reaching out to the town if the public school district lease expired and the town kept it?
I think I'm confused by what you're trying to ask.
I guess what I am asking is there a world in which a district separate from the actual town is leasing the physical land that the building is sitting?
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so I don't think that it would impact this. No. I think it has to be owned by the district to be impacted by this.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. And with that, we'll close the hearing on HB 719. We're gonna go right in. Okay. Okay, we're going to open the hearing on HB 738, requiring certain non-public schools or education service providers that accept public funds to perform background checks on all employees and volunteers. And I welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name's Dave Luno, and representing the people of Merrimack County District 9, which are folks that live in Hopkinton and Bow. But I always say, like to, I don't give up Concord very quickly. Used to be in my district, and also representing people all across the beautiful Granite State, because what comes to this committee, just like this bill, affects all of us, no matter where you live. So it's always great to hear from you and to join you this afternoon. And I think I'm the only thing between you and wherever you want to go next today. So I'm here to introduce House Bill 738, which is titled Requiring Certain Non-Public Schools or Education Service Providers that Accept Public Funds to Perform Background Checks on All Employees and Volunteers. The first thing I want to say about this bill, because it's a little bit of a Groundhog Day. We've seen this bill in here before, and in the House Education Committee, we've seen it before, and this bill, as produced, had the same bug in it that earlier versions of this had. So I passed an amendment out just now, and there's extra copies right here on the corner. And I worked with Amanda Whedon who's a home education advocate on the language in this, and there is no intention of this bill to put any requirements on in-home education, parents and people like that, and it is strictly about providing or requiring criminal history background checks for people that are either contracted by the Department of Education or are employed as service providers, or employed with service providers, or with non-public schools. And you know, and I don't really want to have to get into all the reasons why criminal background checks are so important. I think a lot of us have heard that before, but you know, for anybody that served on a school board, and I think there's probably several of us in the room today have done that. You know, the health, safety, and security of our students, of our kids, is the most important thing. And you know, and it's heartbreaking when we hear stories like we're in the news today, here, even here in New Hampshire, about events that happen, and you know, obviously you don't know what quite is happening when you have to lock down a school or go into a code red or whatever it is, but you sure as hope it's not going to be something that's going to jeopardize the health and safety and security of you know, our most precious cargo. So that's the intention of this bill, is to require criminal background checks for employees and volunteers who are working directly with students in person, not remotely, not by selling materials or anything like that, but are providing in-person instruction to students. And I'd like to just sort of go through the bill and talk quickly about the amendment when we get to that part. But there's basically, I mean, there's 6 sections to it, but there's really 4 parts to the bill, and I'll just run through it very quickly. The first part begins in section 1, and it's basically talking about how criminal background checks, this is a new section, would be required for any employee or volunteer of an entity contracted for educational services by the department, so by the New Hampshire Department of Education or by the state board. So these are you know, people who are working directly with students, in person with students. So it's got the word in-person instruction. You can see that on line 5. And this will be a common theme that we're going to see as we go through this, that if they're providing in-person instruction under contract for the Department of Education, then they need to have pass a criminal history background check. The second part is actually section 2, another new paragraph, and this refers to the education tax credit program, and it leads in on lines 9 and 10. All employees and volunteers of non-public schools or providers that choose to accept scholarship students under this chapter and provide access to the results of criminal history background check. So this is making sure that providers under the education tax credit program are compliant with criminal background checks. And this is where some, I think, some language as an artifact in an earlier version of this came into play. Ms. Whedon actually picked up on this and said, look, I thought you weren't going to be impacting home education. And no, there's no intent to impact home education here. So it remedies some language that's on 15 by striking the word home or home education or home education program. Sorry, it strikes out those 4 words, and that's what you see in the amendment 0124H. So we get rid of the reference to home education program from that paragraph. The third piece it does is talks about alternative programs. And again, we're talking about employees and volunteers and such alternative programs. So now I'm sort of down at lines 23 and 24 who provide in-person instruction. So there's that term again. Alternative programs are also commonly known as Learn Everywhere around the state. So these programs can vary from working for or interning at a company like BAE Systems in Nashua, and yeah, if you've got a supervisor there or somebody that you're working with there, that's as part of the Learn Everywhere program, yeah, they're going to have to pass a criminal history background check. They may already have passed that if they're working for BAE Systems, because a lot of these people, I think, have security clearances. Anyway, I know some of my son's friends who work there all do. So they may have already gone through that. But if you're going to be in front of students using programs that are essentially organized through the state, providing in-person instruction, criminal background check is that's the name of the game. And the fourth part here, and this is down at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2, talks about the EFA program. And so again, it's submitting the results of criminal history record check with complies with the requirements, blah, 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 for any employee or volunteer providing, here's the term, instruction in person to an EFA student. So we're not talking about, buying books from Amazon or other materials that are eligible expenses that as part of the state's voucher program. We're talking about in-person instruction here. I think it's a complete bill. I think it closes the hole, so to speak, where criminal history records checks are not being provided for in-person instruction when state funds or state contracts are involved. So I think it hopefully can put this issue to rest, at least for now. And I hope the committee looks favorably on protecting the health, safety, and security of all our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a quick question about the education tax credit money. That money does not go into the education trust fund, correct?
That's my understanding is it does not, but
So you're still considering that to be
it's state money.
state money?
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Selig.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. Just to clarify, you referenced like someone going to work for BAE. So if my daughter were doing her extended learning opportunity at BAE with their marketing department, it would be the person she's directly working with who'd be subject to this, not every single employee in the company?
That would be my
Just to make sure I understand.
my interpretation of
Okay.
that. Yes.
And the goal is to just make sure that people who are teaching in small circumstances are not perpetrators of violence against children.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Representative. Just seeing this amendment for the first time, provided the amendment is not approved, the bill as introduced, would this bill require parents to pass a background check? And if so, where would you draw the line on government overreach to educate their own children if homeschool is the ultimate form of local control?
So thank you very much, Representative McDonald, for the question. If the amendment's not approved, I sort of doubt the bill would be recommended ought to pass. But there's absolutely no intention to do criminal background check on parents. So I draw the line right where I think you're probably drawing the line. Parents are not subject to criminal background check when home educating their kids.
May I have a follow-up?
Oh, sure.
So you say that's your stated intention with the amendment, and I would understand that. But the bill, if the amendment were not to pass, you would say should not or would not pass, or is the amendment critical to this and it's detrimental if it's not included?
Yeah, so I think from a policy perspective, if the amendment were to fail this committee, I suspect the bill would also be not be recommended ought to pass. So I don't really see that as a likelihood that you would I don't serve on this committee, but I see it as a very unlikely possibility that the committee would vote down the amendment and vote up the bill. So
Are you suggesting that for whatever reason, if the amendment were not to pass, we should vote down this bill. That's simply what I'm asking.
I'm not suggesting what you guys should do. I'm just suggesting what I think a likely outcome would be.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Luno, for coming in front of us. So I just have a quick question. There's a fiscal note on this. And my concern would be who's paying for these background checks at $25 a pop?
Yeah, so these are all, through, people being contracted with the state, providing services under contract for the state, providing in-person instruction through programs that are offered through the state. So the idea is that the state would be the payer of the criminal background checks. But how much did you say? $25? I would want to know if I was a parent and the state was offering in-person educational instructional services to my child, that the state would at least invest $25 to make sure that they weren't putting somebody with a criminal background in front of my kid.
Representative Morse.
Hi, yes, thank you for taking my question as well for the question here. It almost seems like the amendment may actually be in contradiction to the bill itself. So just help me clarify. With EFA students, some of which use the EFA funds for homeschooling with their parents, in essence, using the funds, it says to remove or home education. Does that also eliminate the education freedom accounts, or is that just kind of separate? Because I'm worried about the contradiction.
No, that's a good question. I don't see the contradiction in there. If you see one, that may be something that the committee may want to explore some more. It's your bill. And I'm not trying to make your jobs any harder than they already are. But if there's a problem there, then I'd be happy to work with any members of this committee to help resolve that. I hope we can all agree that health, safety, and security of our kids is a top priority. But if there's a contradiction, if there's a problem, let's try to solve it.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to build on that. When home educators take EFA funds, they no longer are called home educators. They are EFA students. So let's go to the last page, which is D, where you talk about education providers. I'm not talking about the parents, but I'm talking about anybody else who works with your student. If you are educating at home and receiving Education Freedom Account funds, you are no longer home educators by law, but there are people that are interacting in person with your child. This says that any employer or volunteer providing instruction in person to an EFA student, which your students are, would have to do a background check. Is that what you're talking about? Would they have to do that?
I think that's if you're compensating those people through EFA funds, so they're basically being paid through, is it called Class Wallet, from the Children's Scholarship Fund. If you're using your EFA funds to pay for services, then I think they would have to have to gone through a criminal background check. But EFA funds, I mean, let's be honest, are only going to go so far. So I think a common thing we've heard about, well, what about the piano teacher from next door, or my aunt comes over and teaches my son piano. Well, if they're doing that and not doing that through the Education Freedom Account program, then no, I don't see them being subject to a background check. But if you're contracting with a piano teacher that's providing these services, and you're paying that piano teacher through voucher funds, then yeah, they should have completed a criminal background check. And I'll go a step further and say that if we're now not talking about a relative or the person next door, we're talking about somebody who may be a professional piano teacher, and maybe at that point, it's very likely that they have actually undergone a criminal background check. A lot of people, I think, would have their minds put at ease if somebody's coming over into their home during maybe part of the time of the day when there's no other adults at home, to have been at least passed a criminal history background check.
Follow up, thank you. I'm just looking at it, says any employee or volunteer providing instruction. So that says to me that they're not being paid. But even if they are volunteers, a private citizen cannot ask for a background check on another private citizen. How would they go about doing it?
I think they'd go through the Department of Education on that. So, and if it's a volunteer, maybe there are volunteers, along with some service that's being contracted for it may have a volunteer working for them. So I'm just leaving the door open to make sure that anybody that's, whether they're a paid person or volunteer through a service provider that is being paid for through the Education Freedom Account program, if they're providing, if they're in person with the student, then yeah, this bill is having them go through a criminal background check.
Representative Woodcock.
Good afternoon, Representative Uno. The question I have, just following up on Representative Drye's question. If I recall, and I'm probably wrong, you're older than I am, so you might remember this better. Volunteers in public school who come on a regular basis, aren't they required the same background check as a paid teacher?
I think they are. They're
volunteers, but yeah, okay. Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. You've been very generous with your time.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Stephen Kesselring. I represent Hillsborough 18 in Manchester. Bear with me, I got a little bit of a cold, or not so much a cold, but like allergies going on today. So I want to kind of go over this. It changed my mind of what I was going to say. I kind of threw that idea out of the window after I heard everybody's questions. And actually on the back where he just left off at, it says submit results, criminal background history with a volunteer there. So to look at this perspective, he did say that it should be anybody that's receiving funds. It doesn't say that in the bill. And actually the amendment actually changes it to the fact that it makes more confusing light of it. But I would say that volunteer there, providing instruction to any person, an EFA student. So like he did say, the EFA student is anybody receiving those funds. So now, again, he did mention that, like my father-in-law who teaches my daughter accordion would now have to go through a background check. If my mother-in-law decided to teach her math, they would have to, according to this bill. We can say all day long that there is an issue with the way the wording is, but it doesn't say collecting funds through Class Wallet. It doesn't say anything specific. And again, according to the Department of Labor, they have no purview over that Department of Education. Again, that's something the department probably be able to shed more light on for you. But again, the word volunteer is mentioned several times in the bill, which would also qualify for those people. So again, I just looking at this, I mean, it's been obviously a transition from the last bill a little bit that came through last time, but I would encourage you guys to ITL this bill. But if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Guyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Honorable Committee. For record, Representative Henry Guyson, Hillsborough 29th District. So part of the reason that we do background checks in public education is because we are trying to protect kids when they are not in the custody of their prime custodian, their parents usually. The other part of the reason is to try to absolve liability on the state when an instance like we heard about the other day happens, so that the state can say, we under good authority did background checks in order to try to do the best that we could. Now, obviously, no system is perfect and somebody slips through the cracks, but we can honestly say that as a state, we did the best that we could to protect children while they were in our charge. Having this bill apply to homeschool networks and to private education accounts does not meet two of those standards. Both of those standards, one of them is the parents are directly involved, whereas at a private school or a public school, the parents are not at school. The parents are directly involved in the selection process in a homeschool network or in a freedom account situation. They are never not the custodian of the child or the protector of the child. So, and there is no state liability. So we're asking the state to spend money in a place where there is no state liability, where there is liability in the public education system or even in a private education system that's licensed through the state. So this doesn't meet either criteria that makes it good legislation, in addition to the fact that it's written in a very ambiguous way that would be very hard to enforce or judicially interpret. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Selig?
Thank you. So forgive me, I'm not familiar with which incident happened the other day, but the bill references non-public schools, which to my understanding would include private schools, parochial schools, and other small or large independent schools of whatever size. In addition, separate from the homeschool component, but just it references those schools specifically. Is it your belief that the people who work at those schools should not be subject to background checks? Because
Is that not
sorry, I was
al-
asking the person testifying, not the committee. Thank you.
is that not already the policy?
I don't know that it's a guarantee policy at all schools, so should we not make sure that that's the policy at all schools?
Unless there's an issue where the state is liable or where we see an issue that needs to be addressed, no, I don't think it's the purview of the state to reach into private entities.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you for sticking around.
Thank you, sir.
You talk about your concern on the home school network, that those youngsters enrolled in that are selected by the parent to go there. And I just want to differentiate that. If I'm clear, the parent may select network A to send my child on a homeschool to this young lady who's teaching a homeschool network. But when they go to that homeschool program, correct, your parent's not with them all the time. The parent's not the oversight, they're not the guardian at that time. And I think the bill was trying to get to the point that whoever I hire to teach my children, if they're homeschool or whatever, whichever category you want to put them in, you're not there as the parent, as the guardian. So this document, this criminal background check, is an assurance to those parents, even though, they pick out a public school to go to, and the public school has checked all the people. They're not sure about all the people, but that's public school's done due diligence. The same thing here, the background check is a standard for due diligence that you can feel comfortable with, that this lady who's teaching oboe is at least has a background check. You may have selected her because that's what you wanted to teach, or she's a teacher of that.
Representative
So
Woodcock,
that was my confusion on your
do you have
question.
a question?
Yeah, it was, because he said that the parent custody of the child, he said, the parents in custody of the child, and I was trying to make a point that they weren't in custody of the child, I don't think, because they leave it at an entity. That's what I was trying to clarify from your testimony.
Respectfully, sir, I have no idea what your question is. I'm sorry.
The question is, do you believe that, you said that the parent custody of the child is theirs, and you were concerned about state liability, and I was suggesting to you, even in homeschool bound programs, as you said, when they go to a provider, even the home, you selected that person is, the parent's not there. So that's why the background check would be requested. You seem to insinuate that the parent would be there because they selected the person. The parent's not in custody of that child. The teacher is there with the child one-on-one. I think that was my question versus your statement, that's all. If it's confusing, I'll let it go. You don't have to answer, I'm asking you. If it's confusing to you or to me, I won't do it. I won't ask it, that's fine.
I just don't know what the question is. I didn't insinuate anything. I stated very clearly that the reason that we do background checks for public schools is to absolve liability
We're talking about homebound
and to
schools,
protect
that's
children. So,
Representative Murray.
Madam Chair, thank you for taking my question. One of the questions that I had, I think you mentioned public oversight, but there is a public taxpayer accountability component to this through the EFA wallet. So my question was, would there be more amenable language to something like a third-party DOE approved provider who is providing services within these programs outside of, I understood the questions about a home educator or a parent homeschooling, that I understand. Would there be more amenable language that you could support to ensure that third-party outside entities who are approved for reimbursement services through the Department of Ed were having these background checks done?
Representative, thank you for the question. I would have to see that bill, but that is not this bill. Initially, my reaction would be to favor against it just because, again, it takes on, it shifts liability to the state as now an entity that's responsible for doing these background checks, which can slow down the process for private interactions. But that's not this bill.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So I just wanted to ask you that since right now we're talking about state funds and we're talking about background checks because state funds are involved, if we have a parent that is accepting Medicaid or Medicare if they're disabled, but they're accepting some type of payment from the state and they're looking to hire a babysitter, should we do a background check on that babysitter since they are receiving state funds?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Again, I would say that's not this bill, but if I saw that bill in front of me, I would lean toward favoring against it as an overreach into somebody's private affairs.
Representative Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I have a very, I'm right over here.
I'm sorry,
Hi. Very simple question that's probably going to be the easiest that you're going to get. No matter what laws, regulations, or anything you put in place, is it true that criminals will just be criminals and they'll break them if they decide to?
Honorable Representative, yes, sir, that's true. I mean, I'm a proud veteran of the United States Army, 24-year career, and I would submit to you that we have one of the best background check systems in place with security clearances, et cetera, and sometimes a bad player gets through. To be an educator, you have to go through one of these background checks. And for anybody that didn't get the news, there's somebody accused of improprieties with children in one of our school districts here within the past week. I would suggest that, again, the state did everything it prudently could do to absolve liability for suit against the state or the Department of Education. But sometimes bad actors get through, and also sometimes people change. People have experiences that change them, and not always for the better. So unfortunately, no matter how much we try to legislate from here, there are going to be bad actors that get through. And that's one of the reasons that I remind this body that as legislators, we don't make polite suggestions. We make laws that are backed by people with guns and that will commit fines and penalties against the people. So if you are not completely confident, our first duty is to protect the rights of the people. And if the government isn't a victim here, then the government has no role in getting into the rights of the people.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Louise Markle.
Hi, thank you for listening to me. My name is Louise Martell, and I live in Berlin, New Hampshire, and my husband and I homeschool our 2 adopted children. And we are unfunded, and so we don't really belong in this group. We're not receiving funds from the state in any way. We don't receive Medicare from the state. We don't do anything with the state. This is something that we chose for our children because they respond really well to homeschooling. I'm not entirely opposed to background checks when they're necessary. I've been through many background checks. I was a CASA. I adopted children. I worked for the church. I've had background checks, but I find this to be an overreach, and the bill is poorly written. It includes people that should not be included in this group. It's negligent in defining who is directed to assigning background checks. Which educational pathway will it affect, the EFA or the 193A? They're 2 different pathways. even though they might call themselves homeschooling. It's a different pathway and there's different regulations. When you're receiving funds from the state, there are certain things that you expect. But when you're not expected getting the money from the state, then stay out of my business. You know, it's as simple as that. I love my children. Home education families choose the pathways appropriate for their families. This bill does not differentiate the pathways. Public schools have fewer restrictions. I've been asked to volunteer at public school and they didn't know I had a background check or not. My husband works for the public school in our area. He's a coach. You know, he has been vetted. I just find this bill does not state who is to pay for all of these background checks, who is to administer and enforce them, who will pay for the bureaucratic nightmare that I see happening. I see it as an overreach because I don't think it's going to stop here. I don't think it's going to just stop with EFA or even with homeschool families. I think it's going to be expected from all families, and families have a right to their privacy. You know, not all families are bad, not all families are good, but there are other ways of determining these things without invasion of privacy. This places an undue financial constraint on many 193A home education families, and I consider this government overreach par excellence and intrusion on every parent's right to direct their children's education and welfare. So I don't think parents should be subjected to criminal background checks. Like I said, I see it as a bureaucratic nightmare.
Thank you. Representative Hall.
Chair, thank you for taking my question. Would you say the amendment does stay out of your business? The amendment?
No, it does not say it, stay out of my business. It's in my business. I'm a homeschool mom. It doesn't exclude us from background checks. And I work with other families who do receive EFA. We have a co-op. I teach at this EFA. I mean, at the co-op. And I'm not being paid. I'm a volunteer. It would mean that I would have to have a background check because there are EFA parents there. It does not, you know, it's like, why would I have to pay for a background check or even have a background check when it doesn't even, it's not, I'm there with my kids. I'm doing the homeschool thing. So my kids, they do not go off on their own. You know, maybe I'm not trusting, I get it, but they need me. And so I'm there for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I already gave you hers. Yes. Diane Nolan.
Thank you for your time, committee members. My name is Diane Nolan from Windham, New Hampshire. I began educating my children under RSA 193A over 20 years ago. It is my opinion that all children should be protected, but this bill is not the means to achieve that result, and I ask you to vote ITL on it. This is the third attempt to introduce a criminal background check bill on home educators. Last session, we listened to 3 hours of testimony and a lengthy executive session filled with expert witnesses for HB 628, the previous iteration of today's bill. It was clear that HB 628 created more problems than it solved, just as HB 738 would. This bill's target has not changed. Today, you'll hear plenty of testimony about the right to privacy, government overreach, and parental rights. But I ask you the following. If we know through the hearings on HB 628 that expert witnesses testified on the existing procedures for criminal background checks, the type, the depth, and the many kinds that can be used, and if we know that criminal background checks are already being used in the non-public schools, the Diocese of Manchester, Prenda, and the EFA through testimony and documentation that was clearly presented during that session, and if we know that HB 738 does not address the administrative aspects of this proposal, it does not address what entity would administer this, it does not address who orders, receives, or views these background checks, or who bears the expense of these checks, or how much this will cost the state, then we have to question the motivation for revisiting a bill that has failed twice already and returns without revisions. It is false to say that this bill does not impact home educators. We join in co-ops and many other group learning opportunities with ETC recipients and EFA recipients. And just one point of fact, the ETC money is business donations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thomas Schmidt.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the Education Policy and Administration Committee, thank you for taking my testimony. My name is TJ Schmidt. I'm an attorney with the Homeschool Legal Defense Association, and we represent hundreds of families all across the state of New Hampshire. In addition to that, I have the privilege of being born here in this great state. I grew up less than 40 miles from here, in the center of the universe, Epping, New Hampshire. I was also homeschooled, and my parents homeschooled my siblings here in New Hampshire for many years. I would respectfully like to add my voice to those who speak in opposition to House Bill 738. House Bill 738 would unnecessarily burden many homeschooling parents, homeschool co-ops with additional costs, regulation, red tape by subjecting them to criminal background checks simply for educating their children and participating in homeschool groups providing educational services to their own children. Even if that homeschool family did not accept public funds, they would be required to obtain criminal background checks simply for volunteering at that homeschooling co-op that does accept students who have received those public funds. To speak about the amendment, it only addresses one section that speaks. There, as we've already been mentioned here, two other sections of this bill would also capture these homeschool students. So even if that amendment were to pass, we would still be in opposition to this bill. New Hampshire already has some very strong laws to protect children. It imposes strong, severe penalties on those who harm children. As a previously homeschooled student and as a homeschool father myself, I can speak from my own personal experience. Most homeschool co-ops have a comprehensive policy and procedures to protect their children. Most parents are present when their children are being educated. I myself am a homeschool teacher at our local homeschool co-op in my home state where I currently live with my family. As parents, we want our children to be safe. We're actively involved in monitoring who teaches our children. House Bill 738 assumes that parents can't be trusted to protect their own children by mandating that homeschool group that they participate in must require criminal background checks, even from those who volunteer. With all respect to this committee and to its members, requiring parents to obtain that criminal background checks to volunteers in a group educational activity is insulting. It certainly doesn't live up to our motto to live free. Please oppose House Bill 738.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that homeschool cooperatives do have procedures in place to ensure that your children are safe. I was just wondering, because I'm not aware of those, and I'm just curious if you could share some of those with us.
Well, I can only speak from my own personal experience, and thank you for your question. I would say for the co-op that I've participated in and the ones that, that I'm currently participating in, we have a requirement that any teacher who's teaching a child have someone else there present, another adult, that no parent, and our co-op requires parents to participate in teaching. If their child goes to the co-op, they're required to participate. And if they're not able to be there, they have to make allowance for that. So in the co-op that I currently participate in, at least 2 adults must be present whenever no children is allowed to be alone with an adult who's teaching. We also have other policies and requirements. I know some policies require background checks, but in each homeschool co-op that I've participated over the years, we as parents have been responsible for ensuring the safety of our children.
Thank you for sharing that.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and for your testimony. You stated that you were against the bill and against the amendment. Is there any amendment you could see to this to approve it, or is this bill beyond repair? It's not salvageable.
Thank you for your question. In my opinion, this bill needs to fail and that there's nothing that could be done.
Thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. Just for clarification, you talked about having grown up in Epping and working for this organization. Do you currently live in New Hampshire, or are you just here at the behest of an organization?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I currently, unfortunately, do not live in New Hampshire. I live in West Virginia, and my wife is from Florida, and about as far north as I could get her to come was West Virginia. So no, I do not currently live in New Hampshire, unfortunately, but I do have many relatives, extended family who live here.
So you're testifying on behalf of this?
I am testifying on behalf of the Homeschool Legal Defense Association, yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michelle Rohrbacher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Michelle Rohrbacher, and I am a 193A home educator in the state of New Hampshire. My family lives in Barrington, and the Education Tax Credit Scholarship is something that my family participates in. This bill itself ropes my family in. When I accept the Education Tax Credit Scholarship, I do not compromise my 193A status. Making an amendment that does not eliminate the tax credit scholarship still leaves homeschoolers, as defined by 193A, vulnerable. They're still roped in. This bill would directly affect me in any instances, even if I wasn't a home educator, if I was a volunteer in a homeschool co-op. I've participated in co-ops in the past where we've had people come in and teach something. We didn't pay them to teach. They came and taught out of their base of knowledge. As Mr. Schmidt already said, the co-ops that I've participated in, it's the parents that are leading it. It's the parents that are there. And everything that I've ever done has fallen under that, we call it too deep leadership, where there are two adults in the room unrelated. So it can't be anything where it's questioned as to whether or not something did happen or didn't happen. The responsibility to make sure my children are safe is mine. I don't need the state to be involved in that process. This bill requires me to involve the state in that process. I've personally passed several criminal background checks for different organizations that I have to volunteer in, or that I choose to volunteer in, that require the background check. I choose to participate in those organizations, and I choose to submit to a criminal background check. This eliminates the choice for anyone. And as already has been stated, and as I've stated at the other iterations of this bill that have been submitted, the fiscal note is enormous. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Joseph Pirelli.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time today. My name is Joseph Pirelli. I'm a homeschooling father of two boys, live in Dover. We fall under the 193A statute. I came here today to express my opposition to this bill. I'd like to echo a lot of the concerns that have already been brought up in opposition to this bill. But I won't, to save time, I won't reiterate all these very valid concerns. Hope they came through clear to you. So I came here to ask that you vote ITL on this bill. And upon arrival, I learned there was an amendment to try to address some of the concerns of homeschool families. Unfortunately, I haven't read this amendment, but upon hearing the responses of Representative Luneau to a lot of the questions from this committee, I realized that it still falls short of addressing our concerns. And excuse me a minute. It still exposes us to a lot of the overreach that we are concerned about as homeschool families in our families' educational choices. So I'd just like to ask you to vote ITL on this bill, even with the amendment if it were to pass, as it is unnecessary for what we're trying to do here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this bill? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing for HB 738.